Hey, room 412, can you see and hear me?
Evan, do you hear me now?
Now I can.
Evan,
Can you hear me?
Evan?
Yep, can you hear me?
On your computer.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Evan, can you hear me? Yes.
Are you muted?
You're muted. Evan, can you hear me?
I think Evan's on his way over, but I can hear you. I can hear you now.
Yes. Why say yes? Thank you.
Evan, just text me. I've got my phone.
Lakeisha, can you say a few words?
Yep, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I only hear her in this computer. Can you say it again?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Give us 1 second. Evan, can you say a few words, or Lakeisha?
Can you hear me? Testing 1, 2, 3, testing.
On Zoom. Here, Lakeisha.
They can hear me.
No, uh,
Testing 1, 2, 3, test.
They can
hear
hear.
each other. It's just the room.
Okay. Evan, can you say a few words?
Evan, I think, is on his way over there. Can you hear me?
Lakeisha, I can hear you.
You can hear
I
me?
hear it through the computer. Give us 1 second. We'll try again.
Okay.
Try it again. Lakeisha, can you count to 10 for me?
1, 2, 3, 4,
Thank
5.
you.
Yep.
Right, I know. It's not fixed. Lakeisha, can you say count to 10 for me again?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
She's not responding. Okay.
Should I try again?
Lakeisha, can you count to 10 for me?
Sure. 1, 2.
I hear you in the room now. Can you
Okay.
hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you so much.
No problem.
Lakeisha, go ahead and turn your video on and count to 10 for me.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Thank you, Lakeisha. Appreciate it.
No problem.
Testing 1, 2, 3, testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3, testing 1, 2, 3. Are you getting it now?
I'm going to order this hearing for roundtable. This is a public roundtable of the Council of the District of Columbia, of the Committee of the Whole of the Council of the District of Columbia. I'm Phil Mendelson, Chairman of the Council and Chair of the Committee of the Whole. Today is Monday, May 13th, 2024. The time is 1:15 p.m. I apologize to everyone. This hearing was, or roundtable was supposed to start at noon, but there was a Committee of the Whole markup that went much longer than I thought it would. So the topic of this hearing, a roundtable, and there's a difference, a roundtable doesn't qualify as a public hearing for purposes of moving legislation, and that was intentional in this case. The subject is student absenteeism and discipline. There are 4 bills that are pending in the council right now concerning this issue. And we will have a hearing on the bills after the council finishes with the budget before July 15th, when the council goes on recess. I thought it'd be useful to have a roundtable to more informally discuss the issue of student absenteeism and discipline, which has seen a substantial increase, not only in this city, but across the country in recent years. Let's see, in 2021, 2022, which I think was the last year we have this data, 48% of students were chronically absent, meaning they missed at least 10% of school days. And 42% of students were truant, meaning they had 10 or more unexcused absences. The measures that are pending in the council, therefore, I'm not going to go into all the details. One was introduced by Councilmember Robert White, and I believe co-introduced by others. Proposes that OSSE, Office of State Superintendent of Education, publish absenteeism data monthly as opposed to annually. The Chronic Absenteeism and Truancy Reduction Amendment Act, introduced by Councilmember Allen and several others, would amend the uniform per student funding formula to create a weight for chronically absent students, and proposes some other changes. Bill 25-758, the Showing Up for Students Amendment Act of 2024, introduced by Councilmember Zachary Parker, co-introduced by some others, revises absenteeism data reporting and intervention program requirements. And I believe also would transfer the responsibility for attendance interventions from the Child and Family Services Agency and from Court Social Services to the Department of Human Services. Bill 25-791, introduced at the request of the mayor, entitled Utilizing Partnerships, Local Interventions for Truancy and Safety, would make some changes to the authority of the Attorney General, but also with regard to juvenile matters, but also removes responsibility for attendance interventions from Child and Family Services Agency and from Court Social Services to the Department of Human Services, adjusts the number of days required for a referral, that is, how many days absent before there would be a referral, and some other changes. That affect juvenile criminal prosecutions. The important thing here is that the committee wants to use this occasion to get some preliminary discussion with regard to how we can better approach the issues of absenteeism and discipline. I will add, without taking too much more time, that I see the issue of absenteeism and truancy as being important both to public education. Kids don't learn if they're not in school, but also in terms of juvenile justice. Students who miss a lot of school unexcused are at a greater risk of getting into behavioral problems or challenges, and their absenteeism is a way of self-identifying that they are at risk for this. And so we can have a positive effect on these individuals if we identify and then intervene to help, as opposed to for those who do end up in the juvenile justice system, waiting until after the fact when it's much harder to help the child. So it's both a public safety issue as well as an education issue. This hearing is limited to invited witnesses. We have 7. And I won't put folks on a clock, but I will be paying attention to how long they testify. At some point, if it's too long, I'll ask if they could sum up. The record will close in 2 weeks, I believe, Monday, May 27th at 5 p.m. Folks who were not invited to testify are still welcome to submit comments, and in fact, we've already gotten some. And those will be very useful as we move toward the hearing. I understand that Dr. Robert Balfans has to leave soon, so I'm going to recognize a colleague for an opening statement and then recognize him who is going to be online. Councilmember Henderson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll be incredibly brief because I want to hear what Dr. Balfans has to say.
Is the microphone on?
Hello? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right. As I was saying, I'll be incredibly brief because I want to hear what Dr. Balfans has to say. Interestingly enough, when I was in college and I was doing a lot of research around education policy, I actually read some of his early research around high school dropouts and dropout factories. And so I'm glad that we're bringing in this level of expertise of someone who's been working on this issue for a particular number of years. I'm interested to hear what the invited witnesses have to say. I have to admit myself, a little skeptical in terms of how legislation itself can impact truancy, given that we know so much of what entices a young person to come to school each day or a parent to move to get their kid to school each day has a lot more to do what's happening with what's in the building, not necessarily the policies and procedures of how many days can you miss? Did you turn in a note on time? Or who's going to call whom when your child is not absent? That's just my skepticism around how do we scale these types of approaches around truancy, but that is not to say that we do nothing. And so we have 4 proposals in front of us. And I hope that, I know this is not the official hearing on these particular bills, but I hope that the witnesses today can provide some insight in terms of if they feel like we're moving in the right direction with some of the proposals and reforms in front of us, or whether or not there is a different and alternative path. I will say that I know that the issue of truancy is top of mind for a lot of residents as we're dealing with a crime situation as it pertains to young people. A couple of weeks ago, or maybe it was a week ago, time is sort of missing. There was a shooting outside of Dunbar High School where there was a bullet that went through the glass and almost, grazed a student who was in school. And looking at the video that was taken, the surveillance video from around that incident, one thing that stood out to me was the fact that you had 10 or 13 teenagers who were scattered and running once the shooting began. And all 10 or 13 of them probably should have been in school. They probably were of age to have been in school and they weren't. And we're seeing instances of this happening time and time again. And so it is not just about the educational outcomes and those pieces, but it's also about public and community safety. And I deeply, deeply worry about the future in terms of these young people who are missing all of these days of school. What type of future citizen are you also going to be on the other side? And so, yeah, thank you so much for holding this hearing, Mr. Chairman, and beginning this conversation.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. I see Councilmember Parker arriving. I'm concerned that Mr. Balfans has to leave shortly. Do you want to make an opening statement? Could you wait until after he testifies? All right, let's do that. Dr. Robert Balfans, I'm going to go to you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Council people, for allowing me to testify here today on this very important issue of chronic absenteeism and student engagement. I'm a research professor at the School of Education at Johns Hopkins, and I have been working with schools and districts on chronic absenteeism issues for the past 15 years. And in all of those, through all that effort, what I've learned is this is a very challenging problem. It doesn't have one answer, but through a comprehensive effort, you can substantially improve it. We don't have to have rates of over 40% of our kids missing basically a month or more of school and all the sort of negative consequences you've talked about, which flow from that. What we've learned about effective solutions is they have 3 major parts, and you got to do them all. First, both the schools and the districts have to know their challenge well. That's both like, what is the magnitude at various schools? How many schools have over 200 kids chronically absent? How many schools have less than 50? Those require different responses. But more importantly, we know there's 4 big reasons kids don't come to school, but they vary by grade, and they vary by time, and they vary by place. So you need to know for your time and place and grade what the drivers are. These 4 big buckets are: there's barriers keeping kids out of school. If it wasn't for that out of school factor, they'd be in school. We know 2 big ones that have spiked during the pandemic and stayed high. It's teenagers working to support themselves and their families. And it's also teenagers doing sibling and elder care. The other reason is that kids don't come to school is aversion. They're avoiding something at school. Pre-pandemic, the big drivers, and still drivers after the pandemic, were safety issues and kids being teased and bullied. The new one that's come from the pandemic has been this rise of social anxiety and kids just being anxious in school. In particular, this has affected kids that got caught in the pandemic at key transition points. Think of the 4th grader who was well adjusted to elementary school, spent 5th grade learning virtually, and then finds themselves in a middle school in 6th grade where they don't know any kids or any adults. Or a 7th grader that was getting acclimated to middle school, was virtual 8th grade, and all of a sudden is a freshman in 9th grade and doesn't know anybody. These are the kids that were highly affected by that. It's just too stressful to be around all these people I don't know. The 3rd reason is disengagement. Believing that some kids believe they can pass coming 4 days a week and not 5. Some kids think it doesn't matter how much they learn because the job they get is going to be the same. And a new wrinkle that's come from the pandemic has been some folks saying, I can succeed in school by not being there every day because I can do my assignments online. But we know all of those things lead to disconnections, which often lead to sort of, further absences. And finally, there's misconceptions. It turns out that both parents and students tend to underestimate how many days of school they miss by half, because they're thinking very recently, oh, last month I just missed 1 day. Yeah, I go most days. And not recognizing if you just miss 2 days every month, you're at 18 days for the year. You're chronically absent. Once you know your reasons, you have to have a comprehensive response, which has 3 elements: prevention, problem solving, and mitigation. So we have to actually increase our prevention efforts with the high level of rates we've gotten post-pandemic. Because when you have over 200 kids in a school that are chronically absent, you can't individually solve each problem to get each kid to come. You have to think of ways we could have wider prevention that drives down the number of kids we have to problem solve for. And we know the best strategy there are really 2. One is family engagement, and the second is this idea of school connectedness. There's really good research that shows when kids are connected to school, it is almost the universal prevention strategy we have, not only for school success, but for physical and mental health and engaging in risky behaviors. And we know kids are connected to school when 4 things are true. When they believe there's an adult in the school that knows and cares about them as a person, when they have a supportive peer group, when they believe that at least sometimes they engage in meaningful activities, and when they feel welcome in school for who they are. And just think about it for a minute. If there's a place where you know, oh, the people in charge want me there, they're going to miss me if I'm not there. I've got a crew of kids that are going to be sad if I'm not there with them. We're doing something interesting and I feel welcome. That's a place you might fight to get to. You will get wet at the bus stop to go there in the rain, right? But if you don't feel any of that, and you're at the bus stop and you don't have an umbrella and it's pouring rain, the logical thing, or at the subway stop or however mass transportation is working, the logical thing there is to go home, right? So this idea of school connectedness is really a glue that we didn't know how important it was until we lost it in the pandemic. We then need a problem-solving capacity. And this is really about having school-based and district-based teams that involve all the folks that could play a role in helping kids be to school. So yeah, it's the counselors, the social workers, but it's also the teachers, the administrators, or maybe the people that lead the multi-tiered support system or the positive behavior intervention systems. They've got to all pool their wisdom and have readily and actionable data to look at to know who's trending towards chronic absenteeism. The data's got to be much more real time than like, oh, we only react once you miss 18 days. It's really, you always got to be looking in school year to date, who's trending towards 10%, who's there, who do we have to talk to? And we learned critically in the conversations that those teams have is they need to talk to the student and the parents directly, both to figure out root causes, but also the best solutions. And then finally, we have to recognize that it often takes a while to solve chronic absenteeism challenges. Sometimes these things are minor and they can be solved quickly. Sometimes it's a major factor that takes a while. And while that's happening, we have to mediate the effects of missing school. And that's things about like high dosage tutoring, engaging summer school, ways to both make up that lost knowledge and that social connection. Once you know your challenge and you have that sort of three-part response, you then have to organize your resources to support it. And two places that basically districts and schools tend to sort of struggle a bit is they have had very siloed supports for different student needs. Over here, we have folks that deal with behavior. Here we have folks that deal with academics. Maybe here we have a small attendance team. And they all deal with one issue of the kid when the challenge is holistic. So you need to make sure you bring all those folks together so they're all working together on the same solution, not each trying their own independent thing. And that also creates a lot more meetings for people to have that aren't as effective as if you just have one coordinated meeting. And the other thing that's important is to recognize, again, when you're at, and DC has many of these schools, when you're at the order of like over 200 kids chronically absent, you're going to have strategic partnerships to deal with some of those issues that you arise through your problem solving and knowing your challenge. You're going to need more adults to serve as mentors, and this role called a success mentor or success coach, which can be folks in the school, can be nonprofit partners who make direct connections with those kids struggling with chronic absenteeism and are the one to say every morning, "I'm so glad to see you here today, Liz. It's amazing you're here. And you know, you're going to be here tomorrow, and if not, I'm going to call you and find out how we can get you here." That takes 30 seconds, but there's a group of kids that need that from an adult every day. And we have to recruit additional people power through local universities, through nonprofit partners, to make sure that every kid that needs that support can get it. So really it is that combination of knowing your challenge, having a multi-part response using evidence-based strategies, having school-based teams and access to data to coordinate all that, and then sort of aligning your resources and forming strategic partnerships. It's easy to say, it's hard to implement, but a number of schools and districts have done it. And when they've done it, they've made substantial increases in addressing this problem. And as you've said, and we've heard, this problem not only affects kids learning in school, it affects their well-being, and it affects the society, because some of the kids, when they're not in school, get involved in other activities that are not helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. I'm going to take a stab at a few questions and turn to colleagues and then maybe have a few more. What you've outlined seems to be very specific to a school for response as opposed to a system. So I'm thinking like using DCPS central administration. We have a deputy mayor, we have Office of State Superintendent, but what you're outlining seems to be really much more school specific. So I'm thinking of names, maybe I don't want to mention names, but individual schools, this is really where the work has to be done.
Yeah, I mean, I think what I would say is that we reserved is that what I've outlined could be both a school and a district strategy. The work has to happen at the school level because that's where the relationships are formed. That's where the insights are created to understand the cause and the best solution. But districts have important roles in basically building schools' capacity to do this, supporting their capacity to do this, making sure they have access to the data to do it, making sure it's really the district that needs to form a lot of those strategic partnerships. And it's the district which needs to sort of also bring all its sort of siloed student support efforts, siloed student support offices together in a unified approach to sort of do that district level problem solving. Because what will emerge is you'll find things like transportation issues, you'll find things like health issues, which really can only be solved at the district level. And that's where those interagency partners come in.
So let me kind of rephrase my question. I said school specific. The approach that we've been taking here in the district has been more one of, well, the school identifies the student who is missing a lot, tries to identify what the reason is, but then there are referrals outside the school for resources like, well, maybe this is a bit extreme, but that a student who misses 10 or more unexcused days is referred to our child welfare agency,
Right.
which then does a quick look at, or is supposed to do a quick look at the home to see if there's something dysfunctional there.
Right.
Or that there's a nonprofit that works with the school that the school then refers the kid to. So partly school, but largely intervention outside the school.
Right. So what I would say is that what you described is really efforts to work on that first reason kids are in school, which are barriers outside of school. And that's often where you do need folks outside the school helping, because those barriers are outside of the school. But what I would just bring for folks' attention is that in my aversion category and in my disengagement category, and maybe even in my misconception category, those are things that are, it's something at the school the kids are avoiding or on the way to school. It is the school that interaction that engages them or not, makes them believe they need to be there or not. And I guess the misconception one, both schools and districts have a role to play. But I think if you really focus just on barriers, you're missing a number of the drivers why kids aren't there, which are more school-centric.
One other question, and that is there a school district that you would point to that we should look at?
So what I would say is that there are school districts that have done components of what I described very well and you could learn from. So for example, the Hartford, Connecticut School District has done very well with family engagement, as has the Richmond School District in Virginia. The Columbus School District in Columbus, Ohio has done very well at integrating like all their different student support efforts in a school and a district together into like one unified effort. The Albuquerque school system in New Mexico has done very well with these school level teams and their problem solving capacity and involving parents and families, and then also connecting that to a community school movement, which I know DC has a thriving community school movement. And once that problem solving team at the school helps identify things, using the community school to help resource some of those solutions.
I'm going to turn to colleagues. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you. And good afternoon, Dr. Balfans. It's really an honor to be chatting with you. As I said, I've looked at your research
Thank you.
Before. I'm curious your thoughts on the prevention problem solving versus punitive approach.
Right.
One of the things that has come up a lot in conversation in the community is, well, parents need to take more accountability. Parents need to be held more responsible, especially when we're talking about younger children, right? Students who are in elementary age,
Yep.
Even in the kindergarten, first grade, second grade, right?
Yep.
These are young people who can't get themselves,
Right.
who shouldn't be walking, I say shouldn't, can't,
Yeah.
should not be walking to school
Right.
alone when you're 5 and 6 years
Right.
old. Do you have some thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean the evidence base is fairly overwhelming that prevention and family engagement, and with families, is much more effective than punitive. Many of the families want their kids to be in school every day, but they're struggling with challenges, those outside barriers we talked about, or sometimes they have miscommunication or misunderstanding for especially things like kindergarten and pre-K, which is like you don't have to really be there every day. It's when you can come, and not recognizing the power of those routines and continual learning. And so places, again, like I point to Richmond, Virginia, has done a lot of work, and their campaign for their parents is "We love you." It's not like "Get your kids here or else."
Oh, that's, wow. We love you. That's powerful. And we happen to know someone in Richmond, Jason Cameras. He used to work here at DCPS. My second question I wanted to ask about, you spoke about solving the truancy challenge is not something that happens immediate. It's not something that happens overnight. And that while we're sort of working through the problem solving steps, that we should also be doing things to mitigate. And you mentioned, summer school and high dosage tutoring. And the one thing that sort of gives me pause here is that particularly when we're talking about high school students, some of the high school students that we talk to who are disengaged or disaffected will say, well, why would I go to school only to do a worksheet?
Right.
And so it seems to me that sometimes our mitigation efforts are just reinforcing disengagement.
No, that's a fair point, and I would say that those mitigation efforts do vary by grade level.
Okay.
And let me clarify that it's, you know, younger elementary, middle school kids where maybe tutoring or and I'm saying highly engaging, like summer and after school. Like it's not like more just school. It's like, for example, Boston Public Schools had a good program, which is that in the summer they basically had joyful camp experiences. You know, the summer camps some of us went to, or many people want to go to. And then just in the middle of that, they hired Boston Public School teachers to tutor kids for an hour in the middle of that day, right? So by and large, kids are coming for this engaging, joyful camp experience, and they're getting some structured tutoring. So that's how you have to build the engagement. For older high school kids, you're right. Their mitigation is often more about finding legitimate but meaningful credit recovery opportunities, right? Not just sit at a computer and like keep pressing the keys until it gives you the answer and not really learning anything. But you do have to find ways for them to make up those credits. So you can't be telling a 19-year-old that you're 12 credits shy of graduation and you're going to have to like go to school for another 18 months. You're just going to lose that kid, right? So that's how mitigation changes as they get older.
Yeah. So you're saying we need to be more creative and intentional with what that looks like to help get someone over the finish line.
Yeah.
Okay. And then my final question, sort of in that same vein, but a little bit different, even with, I think family engagement is great. I have a 5-year-old now who's in school, and a 3-year-old, 2.5-year-old who will be 3 going to school as well. I think family engagement is great on the, elementary school side. I feel like we lose our way when we get to middle and high schoolers. But my question for you though is, we already have so many students who are in some cases missing, in some cases chronically absent, right? We have some schools where, half the 9th grade has missed 50 something days already. How do you course correct? Like, how do you get to the ones who are already hanging out at the park? Is this we need an army of mentors to go out and sort of bring these folks back into the building? How do we course correct when we're so far down the road?
So I'd say it's 2 things together. One is that, yes, that outreach to them. And also what I've seen is you actually have to involve them in the problem solving, asking them like, how could you, what would have to change for you to be in school on a regular basis? And I actually just seen this happen in Milwaukee with 8th graders. And they came up with really inventive solutions that I don't think adults necessarily would have come up with, right? And one of the things they highlighted is that one of the things that kept them away was actually kid on kid, what they call drama. It wasn't even to the level of teasing and bullying or like serious stuff, but it was just like too much drama. And they had some ways to sort of try to solve that, right? So I think it's involving them. It is the outreach. And then I do think this idea of school connectedness, and that's the in between, like if they tentatively come back to school, often when kids are out and they come back to school, they don't have a pleasant reception that first day they're back. One thing we've worked with lots of teachers with, that as soon as you tell them they get it, and they weren't doing it in a bad way. But oftentimes teachers are frustrated when kids aren't there on a regular basis, right? And then the kid returns and they might say some sort of sarcastic joke like, "Oh my God, it's my lucky day. You're in school. I should play the lottery." Not needing to be mean, but that often drives that kid right away, right? Because that isn't taken as a welcoming gesture. This idea of connectedness. How many kids have an adult who knows and cares about them as a person, supportive peer group, meaningful activities, and feel welcome for who they are? That's all measurable. And if you can drive that up, you will have fewer kids in that bucket. And those that come back, you'll be able to keep them better.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker.
Thank you. I will provide a very brief statement, then I'll jump to questions. I introduced the Showing Up for Students Amendment Act, recognizing that truancy is a big issue and problem for the district, where 2 out of 5 students are missing from learning And any given day, roughly 13% of DC students are not in a classroom. We know when students are not in a classroom, they are often not learning, they are not being supported, and it increases opportunities for them to get into harm's way. The Showing Up for Students Amendment Act does several things. Among them, it will create a culture in which parents and schools are expected to communicate about a student's absence while allowing more grace for students' lived experiences. Among the things that this bill will expand the definition of excused absences, noting that some of our young people are living in dangerous communities and or are living in unstable housing that impact their ability to go to school. The bill would also modify the process for engagement with families of students who accrue unexcused absences. One of the notable differences of this legislation from others is that it would shift the responsibility from CFSA to DHS to engage and to deploy early interventions, which the research says is really important to get students back on track. The bill will also task district education agencies with providing greater analysis, support, and interagency coordination to reduce absenteeism and truancy. Among the things that this will do will require OSSI to provide monthly data reporting and to conduct a deeper analysis of our truancy data. It will compel the Deputy Mayor for Education and others to engage LEAs to provide that interagency support. And then lastly, the bill will adjust the district's neglect and child supervision standards to ensure that children are not held accountable for the mistakes of adults. One of the things that we've heard repeatedly from CFSA is one of the barriers for their engagement is the lack of clarity around the district's educational neglect standards. Put simply, we do not clearly define what educational neglect means in DC, and this legislation will seek to do that. Dr. Balfence, I really appreciated your testimony, and I'm really glad that we have your expertise here. I wanted to run through several things. Of note, there's a discrepancy between whether or not we should have our Child and Family Services Agency or DHS lead in providing direct support to students who are chronically truant. Right now, CFSA leads that work. It is worth noting CFSA received more than 6,000 referrals and only followed up on roughly 250 of them. In your research and experience, how does the district's structure and system of referral compare to other jurisdictions?
Yeah, I have to say that that's sort of outside my expertise. I don't have a detailed knowledge of how different systems do their referrals. But I would say that if you're going to do it, you need the capacity to do it, right? If you're trying to get some folks to help problem solve, they need to be able to address the scale of the need.
I appreciate that. I would say, I continue to say it's a very different thing if DHS is knocking on your door to provide support versus CFSA. And DHS, it is worth noting, houses many of the intervention programs that district residents rely on, whether or not it's around public safety, housing support, you name it. But also accountability. Councilmember Henderson touched on this. From your experience and research, what has been the most effective accountability measures, either for the school or the parent, in turning student attendance behaviors around?
That's a good question. I think it's that two-step of beginning with just genuine like outreach and problem solving that's non-judgmental, and only if that is sort of met with like no response do you sort of move on to accountability measures. And it's challenging to find ones that are actually effective. Like pure punitive things have been shown not to be, but at some level you do have to communicate the seriousness and the importance of it, right? So it's something in between being purely supportive and helpful and like just saying we're gonna like get the law involved. I don't have a perfect answer for that.
that's helpful. Thank you. That is my time.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker. Councilmember Allen?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A few weeks back, I was meeting with some neighbors, and there was a conversation that really just keeps standing out to me. I was talking to a mother, and she has 2 young kids, and she talked about how when it's 75 and sunny, those are the days she does not send her children to school. And when I tried to understand why, she said, I'm not confident my kids are going to get to and from school safely. So I'm going to hold them home. There's no amount of threatening that mother with jail or punitive measures that is going to change the outcome to that. It is our responsibility to make sure she has confidence her kids are getting to and from school safely. And I think that's why we have 4 bills in front of us. If I'm going to take everybody at a very genuine space of trying to say, we may have some slightly different solutions to offer, but we recognize we got to do something different. Because where we are is just simply unacceptable. The fact that we have 3 in 5 high school students chronically absent from school last year, half of high school students deemed truant, with 11 high schools with truancy rates over 70%. That is not a path to success. And I think that it also can feel incredibly overwhelming to the family, to the school, and to government too. And one of the questions, Dr. Belfance, I wanted to ask you is, I sometimes live my life by the adage of, how do you eat the elephant just one bite at a time? If I have to think about how do I triage a problem that has grown so big and I think has been managed so poorly, what type of recommendations or experience have you seen from other jurisdictions around how you prioritize the outreach and the efforts? Because with the sheer volume of young people that are not in school right now, or they're experiencing different types of truancy and absenteeism, it is just functionally impossible for us to be able to get everybody on one day. So do you have recommendations or experience that you would point us to around how do you help triage to be able to start making the most effect? I think you've laid out all the right things about the family engagement, the student engagement, but I'm curious if you have recommendations around actually how do you help prioritize and triage this when the problem feels so big?
Yeah, I think what I would say is that the places that have, where to get started and make some initial difference is that you got to recognize that even though everyone is busy and everyone's got a day job, you have to create a big enough team at the school. And some people are spending more time in this than others, but it can't just be like a 2 or 3 person team that's trying to improve attendance at a school when you have 200 kids. It's more like it's more like 10 people on that team, right? Including people from all walks of the school. And then you're layering on top of this idea of like success mentors or whatever, where each adult is taking a couple of kids, and the right group of kids, it's not all kids, and forming that direct relationship to figure out, both make a connection, a reason for them to come, and to unearth like the real problems behind it. That just gives you like your beginning way to chip away at it. Like that's like your air traffic controller of figuring out how to solve it. If you don't have that, you're just sort of throwing things at the wind in too small sizes to make a difference. And that's what leads to the frustration.
Yeah, I mean, so are you saying, for example, let me take a universe of 100 students that are showing, chronic truancy or absenteeism. Right. I need to have the data in hand so I know who my top 25 are. And I need to use my resources to focus on those 25 students and families and start to see change, and then tackle my next 25, and then tackle my next 25.
But yes,
I'm envisioning
yes,
that. Yep, good.
My one caveat to that is I might not start with the 25 that were the hardest to crack first. Mm-hmm. I might start with the 25 that are like recently became chronically absent. So it's a more recent issue driving them, or, don't have 3 years prior history of chronic absenteeism. I would pick a middle group where I could feel success with, and that would build my confidence and belief that I could actually do something about this. Then I would move on to the more
Thank you. And my time's gonna expire in a moment, so I'm just gonna ask you to kind of expand on that a little bit, why that's so important. Because if we're asking school staff to tackle this thing, and frankly, we've given them less and less resources to do it, how fragile is that confidence if they don't start seeing some success stories? And then how does that either pay dividends or not
Right.
for the future
Yeah.
work?
So what we found, again, we sort of had to have success mentors where, faculty takes 2 or 3 kids like sort of under their wing, is that first you begin with a coalition of the willing. You can't force people to do that. Those coalition of the willing start having success, and they actually get energized by that, because like educators are educators because they want to help kids. And sometimes it takes a while to see your impact on literacy or math. But if you can solve a problem in a kid that wasn't coming to school is now coming to school more often, you see direct impact of your efforts. That actually energizes you. That makes more people to be interested in being involved in the effort. And that's why it's important when you start that you pick a group of kids that are challenging but movable. Because those kids they're missing the most days, those are going to be the high external barrier kids where you're going to need your like external partnerships. And absolutely you need to build those and address those kids. And it's important to help everybody. But I would say initially go after a middle tier where you can feel success, and that energizes more people to be involved.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. My time's up. So thank you all very much.
I'm going to come back and ask a variation of maybe the last question. So part of what we require, this has been in the law for a decade, is that when a student misses, I think it's about 5 days, the school has to have what's called a student support team. I think they've actually changed the name, but it used to be called a student support team. And the student support team, I don't know that we prescribe specifically who's on it, but it could be the principal or assistant principal, the school counselor, the teacher, the parent, and the student. And they all sit around a table and they talk about why Johnny's missing school. I think it's a great idea. I'm not sure it works as well for a high schooler as it would for an elementary schooler. One of the problems is that if the student is missing school because of some issues at home, they may be completely innocent and the parent may not show up. And I'm thinking we have some schools where there are, over the course of the year, 200, 300 kids who are chronically absent. And there's no way that the school can do these student support teams.
Right.
So you may have answered this when it was asked differently, but asked this way, what do we do? Do we give up that model? Do we not require it, recommend it for the schools? Is there a plan B?
Well, that basic idea is correct, but you have to worry about, like, again, if the scale of the school overwhelms a 5-person team, then you have to think about, can I create multiple teams? Or, is this appropriate for some of our students but not others? And how do we use our data to decide who this is effective for, and who isn't? And that's where it's also, you have to put more of that effort in that prevention to have fewer kids that need those conferences. A third quick idea that I saw a school do well is they actually just did that for sort of a representative sample of their kids. And they used that to identify common problems that they were sure would cut across other kids that they did not have these sessions for. And they used that to figure out what we should do as a more universal prevention strategy for a group of kids or for a subset of kids. So there's a way to use it to say, I can't get to all kids, but I'm going to use it to get information that might help me figure out what some more general or group strategies are.
I'll leave it there. We've been joined by Councilmember Bonds. If we go long enough, there'll be more council members, but Councilmember Bonds?
I have like 1 minute left or 2 minutes left. I'm sorry.
Well, thank you very much for your testimony. I've been watching it in another part of the building and just really am compelled to be here with you for a moment. Want to see if we can zero in on the young people that 70% that are not in school.
Right.
And wondered, you may have said this before I got here because I went to the wrong room, but be it as it may. I'm trying to understand what might be some of the best practices as it relates to getting this 70% interested in school, and how do you see the schools being concerned with it enough that I hear your comments that we need more personnel. So help me understand, is that the right personnel would be in school, or is it something that should be in the community?
Yeah, so I would say really quickly that the first thing about that 70% is you do have to figure out how many are not coming to school because there's a barrier outside of school, how many are not coming because they're avoiding something in school, how many just feel like there's no point, and how many are just misinformed, because different causes require different solutions. And if you guess wrong, your solution can actually make it worse, right? So that's the first thing. You have to get under the hood. All that 70% isn't the same. Then you do have to say that's my prevention idea. Like, we want schools got to be a good place to be, right? if we want kids to be there every day. So, for example, again, when we talked to some Milwaukee 8th graders, they pointed out that one of the biggest challenges they had were not with the adults and, you know, whatever, but it was with other kids. And no one was really paying attention to those kid-to-kid relationships, because it's like, oh, you know, that's adolescence, that's always rocky, that's whatever. But we know there are things that schools can do and ways to do to create ways that, like, kid-to-kid relationships are more positive and not negative. And there are many issues that involve sort of school climate that are part of that puzzle of that 70%.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Bonds. Thank you, Dr. Balfans. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Sorry we started late, but thank you for your time.
No worries. Pleasure to speak with everybody. Good day.
Give me just a sec. I think we'll do, see how this works. The next witness will be Liz Cohen, who's also virtual. I'll just do some questions, and we'll do the next, a little different, taking more time. Ms. Cohen, you're up.
Wonderful. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for inviting me to testify. My name is Liz Cohen. I am the policy director at FutureEd, a research center based at the Georgetown University McCourt School of Public Policy. We're focused on K-12 education, and we've done a lot of work over the years, specifically on chronic absenteeism and school attendance. In fact, I testified for you guys in December, and I talked about the fact that timely public data on absenteeism is an important policy adjustment that will greatly help the district address the serious problem of chronic absenteeism. So, from where I sit, that makes the requirement for increased student attendance reporting proposed by the Truancy Reduction for Student Success Act a really important step in the right direction. Perhaps it could be an even more impactful step if, instead of calling for a monthly data post, which huge step forward, I'm not complaining about that, but it's possible that you could instead just create a dashboard that would show every school's chronic absenteeism rate daily based on the attendance data that they are already submitting to their LEA with the data link that exists through OSSI's data warehouse. This is what Rhode Island has done at the state level for the 277 schools across the state of Rhode Island. And that publicly available data, which is available by school, and now they've built additional dashboards that look by census tract and some other functionalities, is driving really constructive and effective school building responses to chronic absenteeism, as well as deeper engagement from the business community and municipal leaders outside of education and more. So in Rhode Island, as I just kind of suggested we could do here, every school submits its daily attendance data the way it normally does, right? You click a button, and if you're DCPS, it goes into DCPS. If you're a charter, it lives wherever it lives. But because we already have these existing data systems through OSSI, it probably is not a heavy lift to create some kind of automatic data transfer. And then it takes out a lot of the sort of human resource effort in creating a monthly report. That said, a monthly post, tremendous improvement over the status quo. Next, I want to talk about the funding proposal in the Chronic Absenteeism and Truancy Reduction Act, and why we were discussing this on our team and why we think it's unlikely to impact absenteeism rates. It's not that schools don't need additional resources. The problem is that tying funding to the number of absent students creates a perverse incentive to not solve the problem. To be clear, principals are very unlikely to say, let's not worry about chronic absenteeism because then we get more funds. But the policy could ultimately reward a school who finds the problem insurmountable, who just can't or won't make any progress on the very issue we're trying to solve. So one idea we've come up with would be take the funds you were going to use for that and maybe run a small grant program, allow schools to apply to pursue the approach they think will yield the best results. This would then help build the evidence base discussed in the Showing Up for Students Amendment Act that would require OSSI to provide information about effective interventions. Future Ed, we have put out an attendance playbook that summarizes a range of research-based strategies for addressing chronic absenteeism. In fact, what Montgomery County Public Schools, our neighbor to the north, has shared that playbook with all of their schools this year and asked them to select one or two of the interventions within that playbook to implement. So they kind of gave them a selection and then said, figure out which one is going to work for your school. And we think a similar approach could work well in DC. Now, once you've done this grant-funded approach, a few things might happen. Ideally, chronic absenteeism is improving, and then the school doesn't need additional funding. But we also might learn that the approach didn't work. And in that case, the school may or may not need more money to fix the problem, right? They might need real help and partnership from OSSI, DHS, CFSA, and other DC agencies to really think about what's happening both within and without the school building. The Chronic Absenteeism and Truancy Reduction Act also proposes prioritizing safe passage for schools with high chronic absenteeism rate. A first step might be to look at the effectiveness of safe passage and talk with students and families about whether that's something that actually is making them feel safer going to school. I've spoken with high school students at several Ward 8 high schools who told me that safe passage is sort of neither here nor there. It's fine. It doesn't necessarily make them feel safer. Now, that doesn't mean it's not making them safer, but there is some amount of perception when you're thinking about choosing whether or not to travel to school. There are, of course, broader community issues in many neighborhoods. I would say also that require a citywide commitment to violence reduction beyond safe passage. A 10th grade student I spoke with at Thurgood Marshall Academy charter school, this is her quote. She said, I have work or sports after school. I try to get home before 8 p.m. The metro near my house is where there are a lot of shootings, but I don't like the bus because it doesn't feel safe. So I try to get home early, and if I can't, I just hope that tonight is not my night to get hurt. So we have to sit with that and figure out what we're going to do about it, which relates to absenteeism as well as a lot of broader issues. That overlap between community violence and absenteeism, along with other challenges we're facing in DC and our DC families are facing, is why it's worthwhile to bring the Department of Human Services into the absenteeism work as proposed in some of this legislation on the table. So our work on attendance consistently reveals, so Bob Balfans had his 4 buckets, which he is also incredible and a huge resource in this field. We think about it in even just 2 buckets most of the time, right? That everything can boil down to information and relationships. So that data piece I talked about at the top, that's a lot of that information. And then we're talking about relationships, right? And if DHS can help with relationships, that help should be welcome. Similarly, since schools need to ultimately own their relationships with their students, that proposal about schools having to meet with a student before referral to CFSA makes a lot of sense. There will, however, be cases where that student is so disconnected from the school that a meeting is impossible. So we might consider a policy in which the school meets with a student before referral, or the school can document perhaps at least 3 serious attempts to hold a meeting. These kind of webs of support and case management are also why some cities or states are developing children's cabinets to bring together these different pieces of government. Or in Tulsa, Oklahoma, they have done a lot of work to bring together, again, both agencies, but also different kinds of data to really think about, health and housing and transportation, like within that broader kind of profile of a student and thinking about the needs that students have. as we were all just talking about, or I wasn't, but you guys were all talking about with Dr. Balfans just a few minutes ago, right? It's critical to understand that this relationship between student and school, it works in two directions, right? We want the student to come to school, and then the school has to provide something to keep that student in school. We need to give them reasons to stay in the building once we've engaged these interventions to get them back in. So the ongoing work to improve academic rigor and build additional pathways, especially through high school, we see that as part of the work to reduce chronic absenteeism. So for example, the work of the Education Through Employment data system, from where we sit, we see that as a significant tool in DC's attendance toolbox, and just think it's important to kind of bring that into the conversation. We need to know what interventions work to get kids back in school. And then we have to make sure that students see that the academic and technical education schools provide that are meaningful pathways or paths to success for them. So it's just sort of a few thoughts. There's obviously a lot of legislation on the table. We're really heartened to see how many different thoughtful proposals are out there, and hope our thoughts on this are helpful to you all. And I look forward to any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Cohn. So I'm going to start with this because you're more familiar with the district than Dr. Balfans, I assume, was. There have been a couple of proposals to change referrals from Child and Family Services Agency to Department of Human Services. And I want your view of that. Before you go there, I'm going to sort of spike this a little bit. So CFSA has among its responsibilities working with parents and helping with parenting, but they don't seem to see it that way. They seem to think that they're just the bad guy who takes kids away from families and maybe reunites them. Department of Human Services is maybe a kinder, gentler agency, but right now is like struggling with vouchers and rapid rehousing, and really what I'm trying to say is, in a word, dysfunctional. I'm not quite seeing how going from bad to bad is better. And on the other hand, I don't know what the alternative is. What do you think?
I would say I share a lot of the framing in the framing that you've just laid out, and without a tremendous amount of knowledge, in particular of DHS, I will say that my take on this is, I think the urgency on this issue is so great that if someone is saying within DC government, our beloved city government, in which perhaps every agency at some point can have been labeled dysfunctional. I've worked for two of them. If someone is saying, put me in, coach, I think I have something to add. I don't see why you wouldn't give them a shot. I agree with your framing of CFSA. I think they are seen by families as a negative. I don't think that's the point of that agency, and I'm not sure that's today's problem to solve. So I think that you could think about it a few ways. You could do it as a multi-year pilot, or something like that, with some off-ramp, build capacity somehow between DHS and CFSA. Some of it is going to come down to kind of who are the leadership probably within various offices who are going to be working on this, who can set the right tone and establish the way that this work is done, that it should ultimately be handed back to CFSA. But DHS also should likely always be involved, because if we're talking about the barriers part, right, go back to Dr. Balfans's framing, like we are talking about housing and transportation and employment and all of those pieces. So I think there is a role for interagency coordination. I don't know much about DHS, but my kind of thinking is, sure, if you want to help, let's give you a shot.
Somewhere in there, I had another question. I think in your statement, you talked about if the student support teams are overwhelmed. I don't think you phrased it quite that way, but could you go over that again? So we have this intervention.
About the funding piece?
No, not funding, but like Ballou High School, if I remember correctly, had like 300, 400 students who were truant. That would mean 300, 400
Yeah.
SSTs, they're not having them. I
So-
think they're overwhelmed.
Well, here's what I'll say. I don't ever think that Baloo is representative of overall what's happening in the district. Baloo is almost always and has almost always been a little bit of its own situation. I've been at Baloo this year. They have a new principal who came from leading Anacostia High School for the last several years, who is very committed to trying to put in the practices and policies and effort that are going to lead to improved attendance. I will say that I attended an attendance meeting at Baloo at which the principal learned early in the fall that many of the absences were happening from students who were in fact in the building but not in class, or they were in the wrong class. And so he's doing a lot of work right now kind of excavating what's happening within that school that he's inherited. So yes, that is overwhelming and impossible for anyone to pursue. I think it's a case, I would say, right? I also listened to them have a really valid discussion about home visits. Home visits, research tested. It's a lot of what's happening in Connecticut that Dr. Balfans mentioned, and it's lauded as a great way to build family relationships. So the problem that Baloo was having, is that if you send your teacher during the middle of the day during a planning period, many people aren't at home if they're at work. They don't have anyone that they can send at 5 p.m. So this is where additional resources, especially for a school like Baloo, if you're trying to do home visits to build that family relationship, they're going to need some additional support or ways to pay folks who aren't their school staff, especially not union school staff whose day end at 4:30, to do home visits. I'm not sure the extent to which I think that the extent of the Baloo problem though is every high school problem. Although, I again think you have to triage. I think that this is like what Dr. Balfans was saying. I think about it, when we are all focused on accountability and assessment, when kids still went to school, we talked a lot about kids on the bubble, and we were often concerned that teachers would focus on the kids on the bubble to get them over. This is a time where I actually think focusing on the bubble kids is actually really worthwhile. The kids who are missing huge amounts of school, we need to figure out what's going on, and we have a legal and moral obligation to figure out how to get them in school. But there are a lot of kids who we could probably more readily pull back in by figuring out the one or two things standing in their way. And I don't think that's a bad place to start. Going to have to triage.
Thank you. I'm over my time. Councilmember Henderson?
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Cohen. I want to start, I guess, at the top of what your remarks were talking about in terms of the data piece. One of the things that I worry about in terms of these conversations is this assumption that schools have absolutely no idea who's missing when, what, where. DCPS schools do they do daily attendance. It's going somewhere. In many cases, it's going to OSSI. It's just not being shared publicly except for annually. And so I guess I'm trying to better understand, I hate the idea or suggestion that more data is somehow going to be panacea here, when in fact we know who the kids are. But what would you say is the additional value to this data being published citywide on a more regular basis?
It's a great question. And the first thing I'll say is that every principal in every building, DCPS and charter school, they know exactly who's in school, exactly who is not, and in many cases, exactly why they're not there. So to be very clear, in the school leaders, they know exactly who's there. I think the power of the data transparency, the public data transparency, is in part if you want to create a sense of urgency in the District of Columbia across agencies, across interests, and have people talking about how important it is that kids are in school and understanding the gravity of the problem and the numbers that we're facing. It is not a panacea, but it can help set a foundation for then doing a lot of other important work. So I've been spending a lot of time in Rhode Island and talking to folks in Rhode Island, because this is what the governor of Rhode Island made data transparency. This is going to sound crazy, but he made it his big bet for chronic absenteeism. He had them create these dashboards. He looks at it every day. He starts every meeting he has with whomever anyone he's meeting with. Do you know that what school is in your neighborhood? Let's pull it up on the dashboard. What's their attendance today?
Dr. Cohen, do you, sorry to interrupt, but I only have 3 minutes.
Yeah.
So we saw this happen with discipline data. I was a staffer at the council the first time that we required the city to start publishing discipline data. And then what we saw were schools who were doing some pretty creative things to have on paper look like their numbers had gone down, that they're not suspending as many students, when in fact, in some cases, they would just say, well, you can't come to school today or for the rest of the week, but we're not going to call it a suspension because we don't want the numbers.
Yeah, I mean, look, yes, people can play
Okay.
with data.
I just want to sort of, I want to name that. I think more data is important too. I think to your point where you said data can create a sense of urgency. I hope that the urgency is already there with the data we already have, but I just wanted to probe a little bit more on that. I want to ask you. Oh.
Can I just add one thing that I think is important here is that I think the other piece it can do is if you make it so that the responsibility for this issue is not only on education, then schools have a better incentive to make sure that data are real.
That's fair. That's fair. When it's not tied to someone's performance or their, I totally hear you on that. I want to ask about, there's several bills that my colleagues have introduced that, as well as the mayor, that would transfer some of this responsibility to DHS. Count me among the skeptics around whether or not DHS has the resources, both in manpower and money and capacity, to take on another thing, because they are underwater on so much else of what they're already doing. But I guess my question is, and one of the things I'm sort of lost in with some of these proposals is like, what's the disposition after DHS gets involved? So yes, there are going to be some students for whom the barrier is around housing or something, transportation, I don't know, name it, where DHS might be the better agency in terms of navigating some of those pieces. But then, you know, I think for one of these bills, you would be referred to DHS at 7 unexcused absences. And then now you're starting to capture kids who, like, your mom took you to Fashion Week in New York for a few days, or you went on an early Christmas vacation and you missed it. Like 7 can accumulate very quickly.
Yeah.
How do we, what's the disposition there? Because I don't want to feel like we're not wasting resources, but in the same vein, I guess we don't necessarily know how many of those types of truant situations do we have versus the disengaged and other barrier type of things.
I mean, you tell me. Literally never talked to anyone who works at DHS. I think that, I mean, okay. Look, one question is like, what's your counterfactual? If you don't have DHS do this, who's doing it? And if the answer is we have no idea, then someone might be better than no one. The other piece of this is like, what is that interagency connection? And is that a task force, a children's cabinet, whatever, where DHS, CFSA, you know, OSSI, DME, PCSB, DCP, blah, 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 everyone comes together to talk and to share data, and there are metrics that are looking at, and we say, we're going to try this for 6 months or, you know, the next school year, 24, 25. And we're going to see what we learn and what, and where it doesn't go the way we thought, and just be honest about trying something new, because we don't know exactly how to fix. This is the problem. Everywhere you go across the country that is trying to fix chronic absenteeism, nobody knows what to do because nobody thought we would be in this position. I think it's okay to say you're going to try something new and you don't exactly know how it's going to work, but I would put some guardrails.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Parker.
Ms. Cohen, I've really appreciated your testimony. It seems like you're giving us some direction across the numerous fields of where there may be some synergy. Yes, on data reporting, perhaps yes on extra funding for schools, but instead of just giving that funding generally, perhaps make schools apply for it and then tie that to a more deeper analysis by OSSI and others. So thank you for that. I just wanted to highlight that from your testimony. I wanted to come back to this DHS versus CFSA question, and I know we keep coming to you with the DHS plug, but I'm of the mind that DHS could be helpful for a number of reasons, but I don't want to belabor the point there. When we think about early interventions, it seems to me DHS has a suite of programs, tools, and resources that CFSA just doesn't. And if the argument is DHS doesn't have the capacity or the funding right now to do this, while I think that's valid, I also think that's a solvable issue. Can you speak to the need and what the research calls for early interventions and what we should be looking for in terms of characteristics of what those early interventions should be?
When you say early interventions, do you mean after, say, 5 days or 7 days? Or do you mean early? Often when we say early intervention, we mean by age. So I just want to clarify what you
Yeah,
mean.
like to disrupt the pattern of truancy. So early interventions, whether it's 5 days, 7 days, 10 days. What we're finding now, the status quo is that often there is an intervention, if there is one at all, until very late, once a student has accumulated 15, 20 days of absences.
Okay, so so like one of the most common kind of early interventions is probably the nudges, right? So which people have mixed feelings about. On the one hand, they're not the most effective, maybe, in that I think in DC last year was maybe a quarter of the students who got these nudges, it resolved their chronic absenteeism and got them back into kind of regular attendance. This is some data I got from folks, I think at the DME, that it was about 7,000 students out of the 40,000 that got these sort of either letters home or text messages sent saying, hey, your kid needs to come back to school. That said, for those 7,000 kids, I think that program costs, if you take the program cost for all 40,000 kids and you just apply it to the 7,000 it worked for, it was about $30 a kid. Okay, so that seems worthwhile. I would maybe continue with the nudges because I do think that part of it is that parents don't know, which has been brought up today, right? Parents don't always know exactly how much school their kid is missing. And I think that I really think the city should think about doing a broader PSA campaign around what it means to attend school and why it's important. And that includes things like not pulling your kids out early. I've been spending time in some schools for a totally separate project on tutoring. But one of the things I learned is that there are many parents who just show up 30, 45 minutes early. This is a K-5 school that I was at in particular that I'm thinking of, and just pull their kids out early because they're on the way home because they feel like it because of the weather. Those are behavioral changes that we could do broader messaging on as a city that I think would help. I don't think all early interventions have to be sort of costly, interventions. And I also would guess that in many schools, they are reaching out to parents, or there is a phone call home, or there's some kind of intervention. So I think it would be worth understanding what's happening now and what's the extent to which schools feel that is accomplishing anything.
No, that is a great point. And yes, schools, that is part of the criticism. Schools repeatedly say, we are doing our part. The system is failing, and that's where the breakdown is. Parents currently have multiple days after a child's last absence to report a valid excuse. At some schools, it's 3 days, if not more. Do you think we should look into changing this? And I ask because in conversations I've had with school leaders, some have claimed that relying on daily attendance data would create quote unquote false positives and may trigger interventions or referral earlier when, as Councilmember Henderson said, maybe that student was pulled out for health reasons or a trip. So like what validity is there to looking at daily attendance versus giving parents multiple days to excuse an absence?
So I think you can do both, right? So, I mean, in Rhode Island, I mean, they're using what they have. Those data can get revised, right? So it's not going to report on the individual student at a public level, but it's going to say this school, 27% of kids are currently chronically absent. And that can get revised. And then it's in the school's, incentive to get those actions in. I think it's tricky. The excuse thing is really tricky, in part because we know there's a lot of research to show that, low-income families in particular have less access to healthcare, are less likely to have the time to go to the doctor to get that note. And at the same time, I mean, I didn't mention this, but, before COVID, I mean, the leading cause before COVID of absenteeism in America was asthma, childhood asthma, which is most prevalent in urban low-income communities. Asthma did not disappear because of COVID. We just aren't talking about it right now because there's all these other behavioral shifts that are also important in driving the urgency. But I do think that we need to have time and space for parents where possible, to document in some ways that, obviously should involve a doctor. I don't want any parents saying, oh, my kid had asthma when they didn't. But I think for the most part, I don't know, like there needs to be some humanization there, which is why taking a case management approach or just having someone who is that touch point with the family, who's not seen as a punitive CFSA person right now, might be a good thing.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember Bonds.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and thank you, Dr. Cohen, for your insight. I'm really intrigued. One of the things that I want to zero in on is this discussion that we were having earlier about whether or not the moving the review of absenteeism from one agency to the other. And I wondered if you have any thoughts as to the value of moving the chronic absenteeism subject to the Department of Human Services, because I'm thinking that if you move there, then maybe that agency has some triggers that would cause a family to think and push harder for their family member to be in school, particularly since if you are a recipient of one of the entitlements or several of the entitlements, it just seems to me that that could be a way of insinuating to the family that if your children are not in school, then there may be a difficulty in assuring that your entitlements will continue. And I know that's very punitive that I'm suggesting, but I think that may be a thought that we have to wrestle with, and whether or not you feel that that would really make a difference.
In general, the research is pretty conclusive that anything punitive isn't going to work. I don't know about, I haven't seen much on that specific angle of it. Like usually we're talking more about engagement with the juvenile justice sort of community for truancy. And what someone I spoke with once, just always the thing I go to in this is that like, what happens when you engage with juvenile justice is then that child's in the juvenile justice system forever, but they're still not going to school. So, I wouldn't be my first approach, but, I don't know. We'd have to think more about what look, I also worked as a consultant for a while. So with my consultant hat on, I will say like, this is where you want to think about like, what are you actually trying to achieve? What's the ideal way to get there? Let's try that. And then, have a plan B, C, D, which might involve some, different kinds of measures. But I think that, if we believe that part of the problem here is that fundamentally the important relationship and connection between student and family and schools has been severed, whether that's from COVID or whatever, then the work to repair that, I'm not sure that framing it with those kinds of strings attached is what's going to get us where we want to go.
I appreciate that. I'm just, struck by why this proposed move. It may be more beneficial than punitive, but I certainly can see that approach being under consideration. You also mentioned children's cabinet a little earlier. Are you speaking of kids or adult cabinet, or are you speaking of something that this vessel that will have both?
So a children's cabinet is typically an interagency sort of task force, I guess, if you will, with representatives either from all of the agencies that kind of touch children and families, brought together by sort of executive leadership, which could be the mayor and or city council, I think, in the district. We are fortunate in the district to have, I think, lots of engaged leaders on education. But I think as we're seeing, even just in this discussion of the different agencies that could play a role, that probably means they should be at a table with a lot of the other folks so that we can think this through together. Like if we think that solving community violence in Ward 8 is also not just about, building the Advanced Technical Center in Ward 8, but also about improving other economic development and getting more folks jobs. And, you can go to those schools in neighborhoods and talk to principals who will tell you about the guys loitering across the street that make their students feel unsafe. Like, how do we solve that? We kind of need everybody. So those children's cabinets are the adults leading the agencies or parts of the agencies that touch mostly kids and families, but can also be about business and economic development, because that also relates very deeply to the quality of schools that you have and the kids' ability to get there safely.
Thank you very much. I was just very curious. I thought you meant inside government, but I was hoping that we could go outside the parameters and pull in some fresh new blood. Yes, thank you.
Student voice would be welcome on it. I think could be welcome on a children's cabinet too.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Cohn. I think that's all the questions we have for you. So you're excused. You can continue to watch. I think what I'm going to do is we have 4 witnesses left, call 2 at a time. So Dr. Sharifa Holder, who's an attendance support specialist at KIPP DC, and Judith Sandalo, who's executive director of Children's Law Center. Thanks, Anita. Dr. Holder, you want to start?
All right.
Sure.
Can you all hear?
Yes.
Perfect. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the council. My name is Dr. Sharifa Holder, and I'm a former KIPP DC teacher, currently supporting attendance systems at our 22 schools and programs. Just to tell you a little bit about my team, we collaborate with school leaders and teachers to review attendance data to better understand the reasons why students are missing school, and then to implement interventions that address some of those challenges that they've shared with us. I want to say thank you for holding today's roundtable to discuss the ways that DC Council can support these strong student attendance outcomes. I did share in December, KIPP DC testified that we have some strategies that have allowed us to have some success over the past 2 years and reduce chronic absenteeism by over 30%. Specifically, frequent communication about the importance of attendance, empathetic attendance conversations with families from trusted voices. So this is teachers, these are coaches, these are people who are involved with students on a day-to-day basis, and also a real commitment to strengthening a sense of belonging and connectedness to school, whether that's through extracurricular activities, meaningful curriculum, engagement opportunities, just ways so students want to come to school. We are grateful right now that we're getting an opportunity to talk more about systemic challenges that will be helpful in reducing chronic absenteeism and supporting families. Specifically, we do believe the following efforts would help improve student attendance. So connecting students to out-of-school support through an agency focused on attendance intervention before referral to CFSA and OAG. We have schools that are very dedicated and are working with students and partnering with families every day. And they're taking the time to hold empathy interviews, to conduct conversations with families, to get them kids ride free cards, to figure out what are the challenges and what we can do to support you getting here every day, despite these different barriers. One thing we find is that sometimes, despite those best efforts and really a team coming together and working on it, there are just things outside of the school setting that families need support with. And that's the time where it would be really helpful for us to get some assistance in getting students to school every day as they continue to accrue absences and miss instruction time. So a well-resourced and dedicated intervention team that I think is tasked with following up with students and families who need additional support and services beyond what the school is able to provide. And I think what would also be really helpful from that is the aggregated data around what are the greatest attendance needs for DC students and what should be prioritized, what should be expanded, what programs are working really well. I do think there are some challenges and questions to be answered around sufficient capacity in order to handle the volume of referrals that they would no likely get. And in addition to adequate staffing, there would need to be systems in place to connect back to the school, because I do think it's still a joint effort. And I think determining what that layer of intervention will look like will also need to involve students and families in its evolution, and that would be critical to the success. I do think additional funding for attendance interventions, as you've heard, DME has provided different evidence-based things like everyday labs, which allows nudges and different things like we've heard already. And I think extra funding for more interventions would be helpful for very many schools. I do agree more frequent publishing of absenteeism data, moving from annual to if it's monthly or even more frequently, just because we can effectively monitor progress and make real-time adjustments to improve attendance outcomes. I also think that if we could include some of that qualitative data that's coming from DHS around the barriers and around what resources have been helpful, combining the two would allow us to have solutions that bring together different groups of people. I also think dissemination tailored to different audiences. Is it a dashboard? Is it an interactive map? How can we have people actually working with that data as we get it? And also, can we disaggregate it by whether it's ward or students with the economically disadvantaged designation, so we can understand, are there gaps? Are there inequities? Are there opportunities for another layer of intervention? I also think we talk a lot about safe passage because we know that students and families feel safe on their route. They're much more likely to go to school. So I think if we can have more priority areas and more students in safe passage zones, that would also be helpful. In terms of, we think these initiatives are super promising, and we know there's still much more to do in order to support students and families, specifically asking for partnership around communicating effectively about illness and excused absences. We're still seeing illness as the #1 reasons parents report for students missing school. Health guidance about when to bring your child to school and how to keep them healthy is helpful, but I still think there's a cautious approach to school attendance now that we've returned back to in-person learning. And I think for many families, pediatricians and other health providers are the trusted source from whom they want to hear this information. So a district-wide communication campaign that collaborates with local pediatricians and health providers could help deliver that important information and share the impact that even excused absences have on student learning. Also, continued collaboration around vaccination clinics, mental health wellness, non-traditional hours for appointments that don't interfere with school days, even prompting for scheduling appointments on school breaks or days where school is not in session, as well as expanding programs like Children's Nationals Care H, which connects pediatricians to attendance data, could also have a positive impact on attendance outcomes. Again, I want to mention removing transportation barriers to attendance. Parents consistently mention transportation challenges as a barrier to daily school attendance. DC School Connect buses have been super helpful, and Kids Ride Free is a valuable resource. But for students younger than 5 or students who are unable to take public transportation by themselves, parents still feel the financial burden of daily travel to and from school. Also, there's kind of an opt-in model where a student needs to request the Kids Ride Free card at the beginning of the year, as opposed to some sort of automatic distribution. So there's sometimes delays in us finding out that that's what a student needs before they're actually able to get it in their hands. I think integrating attendance awareness and support into all citywide agencies that serve youth and families. Hearing Dr. Cohen talk about a children's cabinet that allows members from different agencies to come together and think about ways that we can be working together to have more collaborative solutions is very encouraging. And then finally, increasing opportunities for students to participate in attendance problem solving. Students and families know what challenges they face to get to school every day, and they are best positioned to share what will help them get to school regularly. We know there are many parent organizations and student advocacy groups that are deeply entrenched in this work, and centering their voices, experiences, and great ideas as we work together would be really critical as well. So we're grateful for the focus in attendance, proud of the investments we've made, and also proud of the improvement we've seen thus far. And we want to say thank you again for convening this roundtable, and I look forward to answering any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Dr. Holder. Ms. Sandalo.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, members of the committee, staff. As you know, my name is Judith Sandalo. I'm the Executive Director of Children's Law Center. I'm testifying today on behalf of Children's Law Center, which believes that every child in DC should grow up with a strong foundation of family, health, and education and live in a world free from poverty, trauma, racism, and other forms of oppression. Thank you, Chairman Mendelson, for convening this roundtable and for all of the council members who are taking such a great interest in this issue. It may be obvious, but I want to start with why Children's Law Center cares and why we believe all district residents should care about absenteeism and truancy. Quite simply, school is how our society prepares young people for adulthood. It's intended to be the engine of economic mobility. It's what we rely on. Attendance is one of the strongest predictors of high school graduation. There's also a significant body of research, and I believe I may be quoting your first expert when I say that chronic absenteeism lowers academic achievement, increases dropout rates, and weakens college and career readiness. Let's, as we think about solutions, stay focused on the goal of ensuring that DC students are receiving an education that adequately prepares them for college and career. Fundamentally, my testimony boils down to 4 points. First, we can't address barriers to school attendance if we don't know why kids aren't showing up. Second, schools need to be welcoming places that engage students and respond to their education needs. 3, when a barrier to attendance is related to health, family, or community issues, we need the resources and coordination to respond. And 4, most solutions are school and student specific. Let's focus resources on a few schools so they can effectively address their school-specific issues. And let's focus our attention on the students who are most at risk based on their frequent early attendance problems. Of course, as always, my written testimony is more detailed and has lots of footnotes that will provide, I think, a wealth of good resources. Much of what I'm going to say is an echo of what your national experts said at the beginning of this roundtable, but I think it's worth repeating, in part because I think it's important that everybody on the council and in the community hears that those of us who are working directly with students and parents are seeing the same things that national experts are seeing, and we agree with them about what the solutions should be. So let's start with what we actually do know. We know that our students have complex lives in which school is just one part. That, by the way, is supported by the anecdotal experience of the research, which is supported by the anecdotal experience of my colleagues who've worked with literally tens of thousands of DC kids over the past 25 years. Reveals that barriers to attendance vary and involve every single domain of a child's life. And I'm going to detail some of them because I think it grounds us in the reality of the lives of the kids that we have in school. Over 50% of the kids who attend a DC school are economically disadvantaged. The barriers to their attendance can be physical or behavioral health issues. They can be poverty related, like lack of laundry facilities to wash clothes, or hunger, or the need to watch a younger sibling while a parent's at work, or lack of transportation, especially for families who are couch surfing and have unstable living situations. There are also community-specific issues, as has been talked about, safety concerns getting to and from school. And then there are a range of issues that are specific to school themselves. So many of them have been talked about. Bullying, lack of a welcoming school climate, not having a connection with any adults at your school, as well as unmet special education needs. For many students that we see, there is a combination of many of these barriers together. So given the broad array of reasons why students miss school, there obviously will be no one-size-fits-all program or intervention that's going to solve chronic absenteeism. Each student, each family, each school, and each neighborhood is going to have their own unique combination of attendance barriers that require tailored interventions. But we can't develop and implement appropriate interventions and supports without first knowing which barriers to attendance that particular child faces. But we also can't effectively allocate resources, as you are trying to do, without knowing which barriers are most prevalent in each specific school. And we certainly can't scale interventions without knowing which barriers are most frequent across the district. Although national research and anecdotal evidence provides some insights, as has already been talked about, there's just no substitute for talking directly with a student and their parent to find out why that particular student isn't attending. But of course, the council can't talk to each student in the DC schools. So let's talk data. At the school and city level, the data collected and shared by OSSI annually simply does not provide the information necessary to develop and implement solutions. We recommend 4 changes, much of it which is in your legislation, that will allow for a more nuanced response to trends in student absenteeism. First, report data on both unexcused and excused absences. Provide the reasons for those absences. Publish the data several times a year. We love monthly. I like daily even better. Conduct a root cause analysis of chronic absenteeism, especially for those student groups known to miss the most school. As I elaborate on in my written testimony, more specific timely data will allow us to identify the students whose absences are more frequent and occur earlier in the year. And we believe these are the students we might want to focus on first. But we certainly don't need the data to come in before we begin to act. We can move forward using research regarding best practices. As you just heard, Future Ed and Attendance Work published the attendance playbook, details more than 24 evidence-based strategies. I do have to pause since we're in the middle of budget season and say that among the menu of options are some that are facing cuts in the FY25 budget, including housing and behavioral health. Homeless students are much less likely to show up for school, and we are about to have several thousand kids, we believe, about to be homeless when they're exited from rapid rehousing. So that's going to increase the number of chronically absent kids. But it's also true that of the strategies that are being implemented, even the ones that are being implemented well, they're obviously not implemented fully enough to turn the tide. Among the various tools available to address absenteeism, the importance of a positive and welcoming school climate just can't be overstated. I think your previous witnesses talked about that at length. Let me just add that research shows that when students feel connected to school, they're more likely to attend and perform well academically as well, and they're less likely to misbehave or feel sad and hopeless. DCPS's Panorama survey consistently finds that only about half of our middle and high school students feel that they're valued at school. Among 9th and 10th graders, less than half feel connected to the adults at their school. Obviously, given the link between attendance and belonging, it's not particularly surprising that these disconnected students are not regularly engaged in their education. The council might consider developing a fund for schools that are ready to focus on school climate but need additional resources to be successful. I think that was Dr. Cohen just suggested that. But we know attendance issues go beyond school climate. We believe at Children's Law Center that schools are the best suited to identify the barriers that students face. And when the barriers are academic or special education related, that schools are also the best suited to address those barriers. But it's also true that other entities might be better at addressing non-school related barriers. Current truancy programs are designed to meet very specific needs. So I just want to point out that simply scaling those programs won't address the myriad causes of absenteeism. We also need better coordination. I know from talking with folks in the current programs, they don't know how to refer students across programs, and they don't share lessons learned, and there's no strategy, there's no executive branch strategy to move us forward. We do support the proposal to increase the role of PASS intensive case management within DHS. And before I give the reasons, I do want to address something that several council members have raised, which is DHS is a dysfunctional agency. Why would we give them more? Actually, this is one thing they do exceedingly well. The ACE program has good evaluation results. The PASS program is modeled on the ACE program. I haven't seen evaluation data there, but it's the same program. So I would suspect that it is also having similar results. So if there's one thing that I think DHS has done well over the years, it is this program. And so it's the one place that I am more confident in investing in DHS. But in addition to that, obviously, given the strong correlation between poverty and absenteeism, housing and attendance program in the same agency that is responsible for public benefits and for housing programs makes sense. Also, the concept of an intensive case management program, that's the model that's employed by PASS. That's what we need for the kids with the biggest barriers. So there was some conversation up here about we don't want to overwhelm PASS with too many referrals. I think maybe Mr. Parker, you asked this, if 5 or 7 days is the moment, maybe it was Ms. Henderson. We could give schools more discretion. A child who's going to Fashion Week, that school probably knows that the student's doing okay academically, that they're connected to school. Why don't we give schools a little bit more discretion in choosing who they refer? And of course, I can't resist saying, just to jump into this with our very strong views, that the research is very, very clear that referral to child welfare agencies and juvenile courts just isn't effective. It hasn't been effective in DC. It hasn't been effective anywhere. So shifting DC's truancy interventions to the human services cluster obviously lessens the potential for harm. Okay, there's a lot to say, and I know I'm going on for a while, so let me see. Well, let me just say this, that whether you're going to refer students to pass or get accurate data, the way to do it is a conversation between school staff, or at least staff who are located in the school, and students. It's why we've long supported the school support team model, which, as Mr. Mendelson, you commented, is already exists in law and regulation. But we do know at this point that it is perhaps too cumbersome. There are certainly too many students for it to be effective at this point. And I say more in my written testimony, but generally we recommend focusing on the students who are most at risk and providing more flexibility about who shows up for those meetings. And perhaps there's some effort that the executive could undertake to make sure that it's not just a check your box, but that it really does, like what Kip has suggested, bring people together, thinking about students in an effective way. I'm about to conclude, but I can't conclude without making an urgent plea to the council to adequately fund the school-based behavioral health program. Students in those programs have the best relationships, the staff in those programs have the best relationships with students and families. Anecdotally, we saw during the pandemic that it was the school-based behavioral health clinicians who often knew parents and students best and could text and call them to make sure that they stayed engaged during the pandemic. DCPS has reported, and I'm quoting, that student health, including student mental health, is the most common barrier to regular attendance. One way to address the intersection of school engagement and behavioral health needs is to integrate systems of care, which is precisely what the school-based behavioral health program does. Unfortunately, as you know, despite the growing need for school-based behavioral health and the persistently high rates of school disengagement, the mayor's proposed FY25 budget includes significant cuts to the program. Investments in behavioral health, especially inside schools, are investments in truancy reduction. Therefore, we strongly urge the council to find the $6.1 million to ensure the program meets the needs of the many students who need it. Thank you.
Thank you each of you for your testimony. Ms. Sandwell, you had a lot, and I'll have some questions for you, but I first want to ask some questions of Dr.
Please.
Holder. In your statement, your first bullet was connecting students to out-of-school support through an agency focused on attendance intervention before referral to CFSA or OAG. Well, what would that agency be?
Wonderful question, and I think you all are probably best suited to know which agency can complete this work. I've heard in terms of DHS, housing support is something we hear a lot about, transportation, food insecurity. So I do think there is a place for DHS to be that space. I think the big thing is with the case management model, it's about when you start doing something and you have an intervention, it's not like all of a sudden that student stops accruing absences, right? It's not like we do this today, tomorrow they're in school and they're in school for the rest of the year. So I guess my thought process would be, how do you keep up with a family that's maybe staying in that range, but doesn't yet need to be referred to CFSA or OAG? Is there a way that, they're staying with the same program that they have? Maybe the school can take it over. Maybe it's something that they can check in less frequently. But I guess connecting them to the supports they need that DHS has the capacity to do, but also keeping the conversation open with the school for what else can be done.
I'm thinking. I thought that what Dr. Balfan said at the beginning was interesting. Interesting, maybe sounds like I'm minimizing it, and I don't mean to do that. That the 4 basic causes, and that I hadn't thought of it that way, and that 2 or 3 of the 4 maybe don't require an intervention in the sense of a referral to an agency focused on intervention, which would certainly reduce the number. I'm going to come back to this issue of DHS with Ms. Sandalo. Dr. Holder, you also said removing transportation barriers to attendance. How?
Again, another great question. So I think one of the things that comes up a lot is the financial piece, right? So if I have a student that's 6 years old and they have a kids ride free card, that doesn't mean that I ride free. It doesn't mean that we can both get on the metro with that card. So it might not be the most helpful solution for me to get my student to school every day. I also think that the DC School Connect bus has been really helpful for us. So when we ask parents, what would be your ideal situation? What would be really helpful? They are talking about a transportation system that is a school bus that gets my student from down the corner to their school that they're attending. And the thing that we know is, one, that is of course very expensive, but also for even the DC School Connect program, it's not available at all of the schools that we serve. And it's also reaches capacity very early in the year. So one thing we can do is with students who are chronically absent the past year, we can connect them, try to get them on the list early, but there's always going to be someone who's not included in it. I think another thing that's helpful and why aggregating the data would be important is that there could be a lot of different schools that are under different LEAs that are in the same place. And if we know that every student that's coming from this particular place and going there is in need of additional support, that could be a particular shuttle. That could be a new bus line. That could be something where we work with Metro to figure it out. And it's a thing that if I'm just looking at KIPP DC schools, that's the only information I have. I don't know about the school that may be down the block that has a lot of students coming from the same neighborhood, and we could help with transportation for everyone. So I do think there are some kind of big picture solutions that the council could help support. I do think it's, you know, it's tricky. We always talk about budget and we know WMATA and we know that those things are difficult, but I do think if we're investing in this and saying we want students to be at school, we have to make it as easy as possible for them to get there.
Well, I think that makes sense, but at the same time, this isn't gonna sound right, it's not helpful. I mean, basically, we've created an education system that is highly mobile, but we don't have a school bus system. And a school bus system would be very expensive. I mean, OSSI DOT is tens of millions of dollars. What if we had a bus system for all 100,000 students? I just don't think that's an option. So I think we've created a system that we like because it's mobile. People get choice. But on the other hand, it creates a problem that we cannot solve. And we've had hearings on attendance or truancy for a number of years. And a few years ago, I was pushing really hard because some of the charter schools had come up with a bus for the kids that had transportation problem. We don't talk about that so much now. I'm not sure if those charter schools are still doing it, but it was very expensive for those schools. And I can tell you that over the years, several times we've had a debate in the council at budget time about bus service between several of the Capitol Hill cluster schools. It's over $100,000 just for 2 or 3 schools, and it's not all the students. So I don't think a Ramada bus route is the answer. I mean, we just can't. What's 100,000? What's 100 million? And just to put a little edge on that, 100 million to a bus system or 100 million to the pay equity fund.
Yep. Exactly.
So
I understand what you're saying.
I don't see an answer there.
I do think I'm not thinking about all 100,000 students. I don't think all 100,000 students have transportation issues. I do think it's a smaller number than that. And I just think it's when we're engaging with families and partnering with them, they want to feel a part of the solution. And so I think about like a family who's expecting a child and they're put on bed rest, right? Like, could we also have community agencies that maybe it's not for the entire school year, but there are more temporary options for families that need transportation support?
Well, so then that really comes down to the school figuring it out. So instead of the government providing a transportation option, that we empower the school, maybe with a little bit of money, but empower the school so that then it is just bus for Johnny for 2 months.
I think schools would appreciate even that kind of
Or
time.
maybe
limited
not
support.
even a bus for Johnny, but a car for Johnny. I'm using up my time. I am going to go over my time. It doesn't mean other colleagues get to do that. Ms. Sandalo.
Yes.
So I wrote down some notes here. School climate.
Yes.
You and I have talked about this, I think. I think school climate's very important. Exceedingly important. Just to put a little color on that. I think there's some schools where the kid comes into the school climate is you're never going to be successful. And so they don't really teach up to the kid. But I don't know how the council through oversight changes that. So we have a hearing. We ask the chancellor to come in. Chancellor, we need to fix school climate. And what's he going to say? He's going to say, I agree. Or he's going to say school climate's good in a lot of the schools. I don't know how we change that as important as it is. I think that's kind of up to the principal.
I think that one of the big problems the council has is that you're not the executive. And the truth of the matter is this issue, and I think you heard that from some of the experts. I mean, the governor of Rhode Island is talking about it every day. If our executive talked about this issue every day and focused on it with that level of attention, we would be moving the needle. So I do think that you're not running the school system. You do have a more limited approach, but you could incentivize. So I think a fund for OSSI that schools could apply to that wanted to focus on climate. And then I can remember one of your former colleagues used to start hearings by inviting a very successful school to come and talk about what they were doing well. So I think there's some things you could do to raise up those schools that are doing a terrific job on school climate, as well as make some resources available for the schools where their leaders are paying attention to it, but they need some more resources. At the moment, those are my best ideas.
Interesting or useful. I'm going to keep moving.
Yes.
Homelessness. Yes, there's a huge correlation between homelessness, academic achievement, attendance. How do I want to put this? My view is that there are several problems, several challenges, several issues that are very closely related to poverty that are outside of education, make a big difference in education. Government, not just our government, has tried to fix some of these problems, like namely Lyndon Johnson and it was the war on poverty.
Yes.
We haven't moved the needle as a country or as a society. My view is that we have to improve DCPS or all the schools, charter school. We have to improve public education within public education. If we try to fix the external factors, it's too much. And I don't mean the council should ignore housing, but when I'm having a hearing on education, what can we do within education? And DCPS or KIP isn't going to fix the homeless situation, the homeless problem.
Not writ large. I agree with you, Chairman, but one of the points of this individualized approach for the kids where the problem isn't necessarily school climate is that if KIP could refer a child to PASS, and there was somebody with intensive case management expertise who could talk with that family. Yes, they're couch surfing. Yes, they're moving around. Now let's talk about how can we help you, even when you're doing that, get your child to school. I will say this, we work with some of the most burdened parents in the city, parents who have so many burdens, different burdens from poverty on their shoulders. And most of them really want their kids to go to school. They want their kids to learn. They have a lot of desire for their children to succeed, but they can't figure out their way past the barriers. And during the pandemic, I used to describe our attorneys as the COOs or the chief of staff to parents. Parents wanted to get their kids food and to school and physically safe, and they were so overwhelmed that they couldn't make it happen. And all that our lawyers did was help them organize and plan, do this thing first, do this thing second. And I think that is one of the strengths of a strong intensive case management program for a specific population. So we aren't going to end truancy and absenteeism by until we get rid of homelessness, but we can certainly reduce it dramatically for many of the kids who are homeless by helping families find the right solutions.
And you know, this just leads me right into, so you say the pace and pace and
Pass and ACE,
pace, thank you.
although I liked the other way of saying it, but I'm not going to repeat it.
I did not. So you say they're very successful programs. I've always heard that they were very successful programs. I'm not sure how much they can be scaled up. That's question one. Question two is really how good is DHS at case management? So let's look at rapid rehousing. Let's look at even permanent supportive housing, PSH vouchers to
Right.
case management.
We agree.
What I hear pretty much across the board is case management is poor to non-existent. And then we're going to take these programs that work well on a small scale and we're going to put 5,000 kids in them. Well, maybe not, but as I recall, it's thousands of referrals to CFSA. And to make those referrals to DHS is, I
do think we're gonna have to I think we're gonna have to be realistic and have a more limited approach. And then begin to figure out what's working. And then some of it is scalable. I think some of it becomes a neighborhood approach. You begin, as a school begins to see that there is a particular solution that's working for some of the kids in the neighborhood, it may work on a larger scale. So rather than trying to figure out the big solution, and I think that the last expert spoke about this, targeting a group and really trying to figure out solutions for that group is probably the right approach.
well, targeting a group. Well, you know, it's kind of interesting because I think you said focus more on the students most at risk, something like that, which was the exact opposite of what the first two witnesses said.
And I will say that I think they are probably right that if you're trying to get a school excited about success, you actually need to give them a chance to succeed. So I take that expert's point quite well. One of the things, and it's in my written testimony, that we found fascinating is that the pandemic gave us this very interesting point in time. So in 2020, the city stopped collecting, or OSSI stopped collecting data on March 13th, I think it was, when we closed the schools, whatever date that was. At that point, there were 17% of kids who were truant, if you compare the years, and I'm not gonna be able to say it well, what you realize is that most of the kids with 10 unexcused absences, about half of them, it's at the very end of the year. Those are the kids that we're a little less concerned about. Those are the kids who've been connected to school. Maybe I was one of those kids, I was doing fine, and then, I skipped a little bit at the end of the year, or I had one absence a month for a variety of different reasons, but I was connected. And I think our schools know those kids. So I was urging us to think about the kids who by Thanksgiving have missed a lot of school. Because we know that those are kids where there's a higher percentage, right? It's clustered. It's not that occasional, I missed the bus or I had a sports event.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, it makes sense. It's why this is not an easy issue or easy
isn't.
problem to solve. But it reminds me of something else, or not reminds me. There is another thought that I have here, which I've not articulated today, but I have articulated many times. The genesis for the work here at the council and with the truancy task force, which is now called Everyday Counts.
Everyday counts.
The genesis of that is the former Chief Judge of the Superior Court, Lee Satterfield, and the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council. And why am I saying that? Because the folks in the criminal space don't want to see these kids. And they see that the kids that they see have a history of truancy. So we all think in terms of education, or we all think in terms of the nice kids who are missing school and we need to get them back into school. But there is I'm going to overstate this a little, dark side of this, which is kids who are being abused or neglected in a serious way. And that's not DHS, that's CFSA. So the thinking was that CFSA gets a complaint about a referral, a complaint, however you want to put it, we'll say a referral from school, about Orlando and San Juan Carter, two brothers live in Ward A. And it goes to the home and it sees that there's something wrong. Before Orlando at Carter and San Juan Carter go and get their guns and shoot up the neighborhood. I'm referring to the South Capitol Street massacre. Two brothers. And we have a child welfare agency supposedly trained to identify that. That's not what DHS is. And if we rely on DHS as the first place, we're almost going back to what we used to do, which is the CFSA is the last place. And meanwhile, there are these instances, kids where there is something serious. I want to say maleferous, I'm not sure that's the right word, in the home that somebody trained can spot. And we're abandoning that.
Chairman, I respectfully disagree. There's nobody who cares more about those kids than I do. I literally what I do for a living and what I care about and what I've spent my life on. The way we find those kids is not referring there are 10,000 children who would be referred to CFSA for their absenteeism based on some of the proposals on what's going on now. That's not the way to find those kids.
Well, then what is the way to find the kids?
It's also, that is harder. It is very hard to find some of the kids who are most at risk in our city. But creating stronger communities, helping to create environments where kids want to go to school, it is not figuring out how to help kids get educated and help kids get to school should be the focus of all of our attendance and truancy work. If we're concerned about abuse and neglect and we're concerned about delinquency, let's address those, but not using the attendance system. We're trying to solve different problems. And it's not, and it hasn't been effective over the past 10 years. And we should double down.
Ms. Sandalo, it hasn't been effective because CFSA believes it shouldn't do its job, but that's a different, and maybe that's a difference of opinion, but.
It is a difference of opinion. I don't agree with you on that. I actually think so let me just say, Children's Law Center, as you know, represents more than half of the children who actually are in the abuse and neglect system with an open court case. And we do have some cases of educational neglect. Schools can refer where they think that the problem has to do more with the parent and the unmet, and that we've tried to meet all of the needs and that hasn't been successful. I can tell you that even in those cases, and I was just talking to one of our lawyers about it, the parents are quite skeptical of the government's intervention. It's actually because of our representation of the children are getting to school, not because magically CFSA can build a good relationship with a parent. In fact, we just had a focus group. We were talking with some parents about why they don't always send their kids to school, not our clients, just a group of parents willing to talk. And one of them said, well, you know, I don't trust the government and the school's the government. I hadn't thought about it that way, but the more we align the schools with the people who take away your kids, the more we make parents skeptical that schools are a safe place.
Well, that's kind of surrendering to the bias of the parent instead of addressing it, tackling it head on.
I think the expert before me said it really well, which is we have a truancy problem and an attendance problem to deal with. Let's not try and change an agency, reform CFSA at the same time. We have
that's a fair point. I know, I look like I'm going to say more.
CFSA, so I think we have a 10-year history of CFSA not being successful. We have a small group, a small program inside DHS, which has been successful. I would build on a small program and scale it rather than try and change an agency that has on this front failed. I don't mean to say CFSA fails on everything. They do some other things very well, but that is not.
But I'm not sure I want to abandon the public safety aspect of this. And let me be clear, I don't think absenteeism is criminal. I don't think it not even comes close to that, but it's an early warning.
Yes. And
I think we walk away from that. It's got to be an early warning because it's one of the few ways we can be proactive.
But I'm not sure I think I'm missing how it is that pass would not, that an intensive case management system inside of DHS wouldn't be successful. If that case manager finds something that worries them about the child's safety, they can call CFSA. There's nothing that prevents the case manager inside DHS who then reaches out to the family and sees something to
Well,
refer
that's
that to CFSA. But what we have done is overwhelm CFSA's resources with all kinds of matters that really they are not suited to deal with. And so they're actually less able to focus on the kids they need to.
That's a fair point. I guess I kind of want to hear maybe from the agency, but I'm deeply skeptical that the agency that can't do case management is going to do case management. Just saying.
We would welcome an opportunity for them to contract out to some of the nonprofits that do this work. If DHS feels that they are overwhelmed, there are some good organizations that could take on some of that role.
You turn to a colleague, see if I can come up with some more questions in the interim. Councilmember Parker.
There's a few things. Thank you. There were several things that came up. I think we're not giving DHS nearly enough credit for the workload that that agency has and the number of programs running through DHS. And so, yes, I will admit there are concerns around capacity and funding and even operations at DHS, but I think all in all, that agency does great work. On treating neglect, and Ms. Sandalo, I'm going to start with you. On treating neglect differently from truancy, I just have to say I almost had a violent reaction. I feel strongly that educational neglect is neglect. It's different than physical neglect and sexual neglect and other forms of neglect, but it too is neglect. I'm going to come back to that. On school climate, the conversation you were having with the chairman, it's worth noting that the State Board of Education and its work with OSSI now reports out a school climate survey on the state board report card or the DC state report card. And so perhaps that could be a vehicle by which we track school climate and even tie it to some of the school support work that the chairman and I are leading on. And then on direct referrals to DHS programs like PASS, I agree completely with your emphasis that let's double down on what is working. And that is one of the programs that is working. The Showing Up for Students Amendment Act would allow for direct referrals from schools versus having to wait 15, 20 absences before a student could be referred. And so I just wanted to throw those things out. Ms. Sandalo, there are two big issues as I see it with our current system. One is that there is no current intervention in effect. Now, I know what the system calls for, that CFSA is meant to intervene after 10 absences for students 13 and younger, and for students older than 13, it is they are referred at 15 or more absences. We know by data that CFSA is receiving more than 6,000 referrals, and yet they are only following up with less than 300 of those referrals. They are what the director called screening out the vast majority of cases. One of the reasons he gives for the reason why they're screening out those cases is because these instances don't rise to the definition of educational neglect. Then I ask, what is the definition of educational neglect? And you look in the code and it's pretty vague. The Showing Up for Students Amendment Act tries to clarify what is educational neglect. I tee this up to ask, is it worth us clarifying the definition of educational neglect, either so that CFSA can more promptly engage? And we're not talking about CFSA intervening to take kids away from their families. We're talking about CFSA merely investigating, following up with families. They are screening out children even though they are being referred to the agency, even before engaging robustly. So is it worthwhile us looking at this educational neglect definition?
Don't think so. One of the things that I've observed, and just to say, so that I was a foster parent, I adopted boys out of the foster care system. I'm a supporter of, I was a foster parent, so but I know that the trauma, I got to observe with my own kids. I've gotten to see it with so many of our clients over the years. The trauma of being pulled into the abuse and neglect system is pretty extraordinary, both for children and for parents. And one of the things that happens all the time is we hope, so a parent gets investigated, and maybe they're not perfect. They're definitely not perfect because none of us are as parents. We hold them, and by we, I mean the government, to this higher and higher account, and they fail more and more and more. And the risk of having those kids removed, in fact, we just had a case of education of a case of educational neglect in which the government recommended removing all 8 children and placing them, they would have placed in 8 separate foster homes because there's nobody who takes 8 kids these days. We succeeded in getting the court to keep those kids at home. The kids are going to school now. But I just say that once you involve the government in that investigation, you do risk over involvement. And we see it all the time. Lots of racial bias as well creeps in because our world is full of racism, and whether we all have implicit bias. So people begin to make judgments and to see things. So I'm very, very concerned about getting, and just to be clear, that would give more business to my organization.
Yeah.
So we would have more revenue if you did that, but it would be a bad thing.
And I share that concern. I don't think any
Yeah.
one of us up
Yeah.
here are trying to separate families, period. That said, there's a schism between that example you're
Yes.
giving and CFSA saying, we're not going to even call the family or follow up, investigate, because the referrals that we're getting don't rise to our definition of educational neglect. So all that to say, if we are to keep our current system as is, it is very clearly broken that more than 5,000 referrals are not even being followed up on. And so to the chairman's case, I would imagine there might be serious cases of concern that CFSA is not taking advantage of or following up on.
The experience of being investigated is by itself harmful. And I think it's hard if you've never had the government on your neck that way for some of the folks to understand it. But, and I'll just say this. So the mother of some of my grandkids was investigated for educational neglect a number of years ago. She called me in tears, and I just want to share. She said, I said, well, were they rude to you? No, the CFSA investigator was polite and thoughtful. She had no concerns about that. She said, I also know that my children were going to school. So it was a false report. It was mistaken that, right? The school was wrong. And still she was terrified because here's a woman with no high school diploma who's trying her best to raise her kids, and the government is terrifying. And so she's experienced a lot of trauma in her life. And this tipped her
I get
over.
it.
I mean, luckily I was around, so she had family support, but it tipped her over. And this was a caring and polite man who went and investigated. She knew it wasn't true.
Yes.
And she still was there. Now imagine somebody who has seen their sons arrested,
Yes.
has themselves been in the foster care system, all kinds of bad things. It's actually very traumatizing to be investigated. So I say we shouldn't do it except when we really need to.
Okay, I do want to move on.
Okay.
I think both things can be true. That our current system is broken,
Yes.
that we are letting the vast majority of cases not even to be followed up on. And the example
Yes.
you're giving is even more reason why we should look to explore another agency like DHS to be that initial point of contact. Because as I've said before,
Yes.
DHS knocking at your door means something very different
Yes.
than CFSA knocking at your door.
I do appreciate that. We'd love to work with you on the best way to do that.
Okay, I think we
Thank
got to convince the chairman too. The second issue, as I see it, in addition to the CFSA referral and investigation pipeline being broken, is that students are not being supported academically in their schools. We know that students with special education needs are not receiving their services. And as Dr. Balfant said, we are not creating a welcoming environment for students academically. I hope in the long term that the legislation the chairman and I introduced around school support will work on that in the long run. But my question is, how do we get at that in the short term? How do we make more of our schools a welcoming environment for young people, knowing that that is a key barrier to them wanting to show up? And I'll offer that to both of you.
I will. I do want to say that I do have a grandchild at KIPP, and I want to say that when I've dropped him off, this principal knows his name. There are lots of people out greeting.
Which KIPP school?
It
It was the
Which campus
web
is it?
campus?
The
or-
web campus. I
Yeah.
can never
Yeah,
remember.
I just like shouting out where.
Yeah,
good
Ward
practice-
5,
Yes.
definitely Ward 5. I'll shout that out. Web campus. The welcoming crew that was there, I just want to say how impressed I was by that. I think we put a very heavy load on principals around academic achievement and test
Yes.
scores. I think we might want to, to me, until you get kids to school, test scores don't matter so much. And so I think other than giving them more resources, also, helping them to focus on that, creating some incentives for this to be the area of
Dr.
success.
Holder, I do want to get you in here. I again will say that school climate indicator may be a key point of reference for this committee. I also think it's important for us to be honest as a city. At a time where we're seeing graduation rates continue to rise, we're also seeing truancy remain out of whack. Something's not squaring there. And what I suspect is happening is that more of our schools are pushing kids out because they have a perverse incentive to say, let me keep moving you on so I can maintain funding and whatever the case may be, or even maintain my job in DCPS, while we know kids are not ready for the real world or college or the career of their choice. How do we make schools more of a welcoming place in the short term to address that key barrier that has been highlighted today? Dr. Holder.
Thank you. So I'm excited to talk about this. I think one thing when you're talking about school climate, it permeates everything that you do. So if you're having an academic team meeting, you're talking about the students who are there and who are not there. You're talking about curriculum and the ways in which students see themselves and their stories in the curriculum. You're talking about ways that this is meaningful and they connect it to their future goals and their lives that they want to live after school. So I think it comes in part from teachers having conversations with students very early in the year, students and families, about what are their hopes and dreams for the future? What do they want to accomplish? How does school fit into that? And I think what sometimes is difficult is someone may say something and they don't think school really fits into what it is. And I do think it's on the teachers, the school leaders, and also us as a system to show the value of education in that way. Whether you want to be a TikTok star influencer or you want to be a doctor, it doesn't matter, because school is also a place where you learn how to interact with your peers. School is a place where you learn how to take risks and try things that are difficult for you. If you're a math person and you're in your ELA class and you're trying something new, you're learning how to read and engage with different texts. And I think the more time you spend with students, and sometimes teachers are at capacity, so we have these ideas of success mentors. Someone who comes into the school building and is worried about you or worried about these 5 students and checks in with them daily or weekly and is saying, what are you feeling about school? What do you like? What don't you like? What's the best part of the day? What's the worst part of the day? Who are your friends? Who did you talk to at recess? And kind of getting the student to feel really involved and motivated about the things that they enjoy about school. And then some other smaller things, like you said, the welcome is really important when we're coming into school in the morning. Rain, sleet, snow, hail, doesn't matter. We're going to be out there and we're in this with you. And I think that as much development as we can have for everyone who interacts with students to feel that way and to understand the importance and urgency of you saying hi and you welcoming a student back with a smile and saying, I missed you, not finally you're here, kind of giving that incentive to teachers and to school leaders and everyone to really push that messaging is also going to be helpful in improving.
Thank you all.
I want to go to school with her.
Thank you, Councilmember Robert White.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you to the witnesses. Let me start with a brief statement, and I'll move into questions because I really appreciate the opportunity to address this critical issue of student attendance and truancy. As a parent of 2 DCPS children, I'm deeply invested in the well-being and success of our students. I share our collective concern about the alarming rates of absenteeism in our schools. 37% of students chronically truant, 43% chronically absent. We must take proactive steps to address this issue. My bill, the Truancy Reduction for Student Success Act, highlights the importance of monitoring student attendance on a monthly basis at the school level. By collecting this data by school regularly, we can identify patterns and trends early on, allowing for timely interventions to support students who may be at risk of chronic absenteeism or truancy. Currently, OSSE publishes an attendance report annually, and just this year, the agency started publishing mid-year attendance data, but this is not enough. This bill is an important step to informing the types of interventions we need by regularly monitoring attendance. I want to recognize my colleagues for their shared dedication to this issue by introducing 3 bills aimed at improving the student truancy referral process. Councilmember Allen, Councilmember Parker, and Mayor Bowser. Each of them brings valuable perspectives and potential solutions to the table. I believe the combination of my bill, a foundational first step to tackling truancy, will complement the other bills. I do want to raise some concerns regarding the proposal to place a significant number of student referrals within the Department of Human Services, an agency under my purview as chair of the Housing Committee. While DHS offers programs to help with truancy, I am concerned about overburdening an agency already grappling with challenges in providing essential services related to homelessness benefits like SNAP and other vital social services. I've spoken to various students, and one in particular student stands out. I won't share their name, but this student has missed over 40 days of school. When we talk to them, they attribute their absences to mental exhaustion caused by the chaotic and unstable school environment. Disruptive peer behaviors and disorganized teaching 5 days a week feels overwhelming to this student. They feel they're not learning anything valuable for their future, leading to a sense of wasted time. What this means to me is that simply referring students to DHS or CFSA will not fully address the underlying issues contributing to absenteeism. While these agencies provide valuable support services, the systemic issues within the schools, such as peer conflicts and high teacher turnover, are a contributing factor. Education agencies and the agency called to address and aptly named Child and Family Services need to be the lead agencies here if we want to build something stable. I picture a table with a broken leg and it's wobbly every time you use it. And instead of fixing or replacing the leg, you keep stacking books underneath to prop it up. This might stabilize the table temporarily, but it's not a sustainable solution. That is my concern with putting truancy in the Department of Human Services. All of the students who are truant are involved with our education agencies. All of the students who are truant are children who come from families. A subset of students who are truant are involved with DHS. So we do have to be focused on fixing what's broken in the government and not building around what is broken. So I want to be careful about putting truancy somewhere as a short-term fix that may create long-term problems. Today, I want to explore alternative avenues for intervention other than DHS or the court. We know that many students who are truant are also identified as at risk on TANF or have a case open at CFSA. We know that the root causes of truancy are related to student health, physical and mental, negative school climate, transportation, housing issues, parent health, childcare, and safety, essentially many issues that spread across government. So we need to make sure that we are putting the programs in the right place. Let me jump into a couple of questions, and I know our panelists, based on some of the things you said, may have some thoughts on this, but let me jump into questions. So if a student has missed over 40 days of school due to factors like bullying, disruptive peer behaviors, or challenges in teaching methods, research consistently shows that a negative school climate is one of the main reasons why students miss school. These issues require interventions beyond the scope of DHS or CFSA. Given this, what alternative approaches for intervention do you suggest? Let me start with Judith Sandoval.
I was hoping you were going to ask the expert in the room, which is the teacher, not me.
I'm going there next. Don't worry.
I know. I mean, Councilmember, what you just said is, and let me say it slightly differently, which is when the school is the problem, what do we do? Because what you just said was a child is in school and the school is not giving them an appropriate education, is not keeping them safe. So that really is about what does the school need to do differently? Which is why I think maybe my colleague up here might have a better solution than I do.
Please feel free.
Yes, I was going to say that I do think the way we start with students who are seeing disengagement, or it might be a school climate issue, is really sitting down with them first. And we conduct what's called an empathy interview, and we find out from them what's going on. And like you said, they share all of those reasons with us, and we bring that back to the team, and we think about ways, one, that we can increase that student's sense of belonging, right? So what that might mean is assigning an attendance peer buddy, who is someone who the student might have in a class but hasn't gotten a chance to speak with, someone that they can have a peer that they're thinking towards, or someone maybe they're already close to that is now having conversations and possibly winning incentives with them based around attending school. I think another thing that we do is we try some relationship mapping, right? Is there a person at the school that feels like they have a good relationship with this student and this family? And are they comfortable with being the point person for conversations that happen with this family and conversations that happen with other teachers? And I think sometimes there are systemic structural things that can make that easier. Like, do all of the teachers that teach this student have a common planning period? Are they able to have a weekly meeting, a grade level meeting, an attendance meeting, something to be able to talk specifically about that student? And also to ask the student, again, what are some ideas that you have about how things could get better? Because if it's that you need a 5-minute break during math class, if it's that we can't have our cell phones out, but you have a magazine that you like and you could have a pass to read that magazine at a certain point, and that would allow you to still engage with the school environment. We can do small things like that. And I do think, as we were talking with Dr. Balfin before about in terms of how we categorize these different things, aversion definitely does fall into the school setting, right? And we are trying to create solutions for those students. And I think more what we're thinking about DHS is when it's barriers, and it is things like housing and transportation and public benefits. And so I do think there's the school is the first line of defense for sure, and we're sitting down and having these meetings, but how do we direct these people to exactly what they need? How do we get a family that needs to go to DHS, or a family that we are seeing signs of educational neglect? Maybe it is something more serious. And so that's why I think it's hard with a hard and fast rule of 7 unexcused absences. This is where you go. But I also know that when you give schools discretion, it can be challenging, and you might miss somebody who is, in need of something more.
I'd be remiss if I didn't add that one of the things that would be really helpful to schools is if they had school-based behavioral health programs inside. So we have folks with some training and expertise to work with these wonderful teachers and administrators who are thinking about that. So restoring that funding would be a first step.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I agree. We keep hearing from young people that the mental health challenges are acute right now, and I have no doubt that that is a large contributing factor. Dr. Holder, you kind of ended with where I was going to go with my next question. I'm listening to some of your ideas in my head. I'm wondering, are these ideas scalable, or how, I guess, are these ideas scalable?
It's a challenge for sure, because I think sometimes the person who has the relationship with the student doesn't have the time to do the intervention, and the person who has the time to do the intervention doesn't have the relationship. So I say sometimes we have to bring capacity to the person who has the relationship, and if that means that a teacher buddy has to step in and, while the class is doing their do now, so that this teacher can step out and have a conversation with a student, or make a call to a family, or do something that is based on their relationship, that's helpful. Or the people who are doing the interventions have to build those relationships and have to be ingrained within the school setting. So if you have an attendance counselor, an attendance liaison, or someone who's working with students and families, they are there from the very first day, from orientation, building those relationships, making those phone calls, checking in about what students care about and what they, love inside of school and outside of school. And so I feel like it's, again, it's very hard to scale, because we know that there's academic challenges. There are, so many things that teachers are really focused on. And so it's not a perfect system. It's not a perfect idea to just say, everybody, do this, run all hands in. But I do think with some support in terms of, building capacity, whether it's, staffing, making sure schools have enough money to have a full and robust staff that has people focused on attendance as well, is super.
If I could, Chairman, just ask one follow-up question. Instead of the DHS or maybe even instead of CFSA, can we engage community-based organizations like the Collaborative Council into the truancy referral process to accomplish some of the things some of the ideas that you were just discussing, Dr. Holder?
I think there's definitely a place for community-based organizations. What I've also seen is that they can often reach capacity as well. So I think, again, we're trying to direct people to these different places, but we just know we have a lot of students that are falling into all of the buckets.
But we have a great model called the School-Based Behavioral Health Program, which literally brings a community-based organization into a school to build that relationship. So I think you're right, council member, but we've already got that. We could do more of it. Yep.
I like it. Thank you very much. I apologize. I'm in different meetings, some in the building, some not. So thank you, Chairman, for letting me go a little bit over, and thank you to this panel of witnesses.
Thank you, Councilmember White. Ms. Sandalo, I think that the Committee on Health looked at increasing school-based mental health. And either they provided some additional dollars or they didn't. In either way, I think that we right now are stressed at being able to find more practitioners to hire.
Yes, but the plan is now to cut the amount of funding per school, which means that it will only be harder. So what we're asking is to restore the funding so that the amount that we're paying to the clinicians is enough to successfully recruit. That, checking with my colleague who knows this better than I do. Yes, that is the issue.
Yeah, I have a lot of confidence in the Health Committee that they've looked at this and they're doing the best that we think we can do. We'll see. Thank you, each of you, for your testimony. Thank you very much. Eduardo Ferrer, Policy Director, Juvenile Justice Initiative at Georgetown Law. I'm told Maria Blauer is not here. She had to leave. And Samantha Davis will be virtual. In the old days, being virtual was sort of a mystical thing. That's no longer. Mr. Ferrer, why don't you start?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairperson Mendelson, Councilmember Parker, members of the Committee on the Whole. My name is Eduardo Ferrer. I'm a Ward 5 resident, the Policy Director at the Georgetown Juvenile Justice Initiative, visiting professor in the Georgetown Juvenile Justice Clinic, and a co-founder of the Every Student, Every Day Coalition. Thank you very much for the opportunity and the invitation to testify at today's public roundtable on student absenteeism and discipline. I provided written testimony and a hard copy so that you all can kind of see and look through the data as I speak. I'm going to try and change my testimony around a little bit and summarize it, given the bulk of the testimony that we've had today, so I'm not being repetitive. I will focus my testimony today primarily on broader principles and recommendations based on my research and experience, highlighting examples from highlighting promising examples from each of the 4 bills under consideration by the council. And then at the public hearing on the legislation itself, I'll provide some more detailed specific recommendations relating to each bill, as well as other specific proposals for the committee to consider during the markup process. I won't go too much into the detail, but I think Dr. Balfons really aptly provided a framework for how we need to look at the root causes of truancy. And so we have a lot of data in the district. It's not enough, but it provides us with a pretty good start to look at and explore what are those different barriers that Dr. Balfons is talking about. As the chairperson mentioned, post-pandemic truancy and chronic absenteeism has gotten high, and it's increased since pre-pandemic. In fact, in the last school year, we had over 46,000 students that would be considered chronically absentee. But looking at it from that big picture perspective really hides these different barriers and where they're sourced that Dr. Balfons talked about. So not every population of young person is equally impacted by chronic absenteeism, and it's not evenly distributed across student populations. We know that high school students, students with disabilities, and students that are economically disadvantaged, particularly those who are involved in the child welfare system or who are homeless, experience disproportionately higher rates of chronic absenteeism. In fact, chronic absenteeism is nearly double amongst high school students than it is at elementary school and middle school. Students with disabilities make up 1 in 5 of all the students who are chronically absent. And even looking at it at that layer hides the fact that students with a particular disability, students who have been diagnosed as students with an emotional disturbance, have incredibly high rates of chronic absenteeism compared to even other students with disabilities. And then third, students who are economically disadvantaged, including those in foster care and who are homeless, have higher rates. In fact, students who are economically disadvantaged make up approximately 7 in 10 of all chronically absent students. And those who experience homelessness make up 1 in 8. And so what we see from that data is what the doctor was talking about, right? With respect to some of these barriers are going to be external to the school. And if we want to improve school attendance, we're going to have to address them outside the school. It can't just be on the school in order to fix chronic absenteeism. And then some of the barriers are going to be internal to that school. And we see that in the juxtaposition of students with emotional disabilities, probably a combination. Emotional disturbances are probably rooted in childhood trauma that we could do more to prevent or ameliorate outside the schools, as well as due to some school-based factors as well, where the school could likely be doing a better job to accommodate or respond to that disability. Students have experienced homelessness. That's primarily going to be a barrier that gets addressed outside the school. Whereas when we see that huge increase from middle school to high school, there's something going on within the schools themselves that tell us we need to help students manage that transition better. I start here because the data is so critical to helping us problem solve. If we don't identify the problem correctly, I think the doctor said this as well, if we don't identify the problem correctly, we're going to pursue the wrong solutions. And so the way that we've been pursuing interventions now has really been a blunt instrument. We've been using this kind of overall kind of aggregate metric of 10 unexcused absences and 15 unexcused absences when we know that that papers over a lot of students who are engaged in school, but still reaching that amount. So when you look at, for instance, the data that OSSI's put out, 25% of the young people who reach 10 unexcused absences do so after the middle of May. Those are essentially young people who are going to school, maybe missing 1 to 1.5 days a month throughout the entirety of the school year. So they are, for the most part, engaged, but they would get swept up in this, in our statutory scheme as it's currently written because of how we're defining different intervention points. And so we also want to ask, right, we have a lot of data on who is chronically absentee and truant. We also have some data, though less on the why they are chronically absentee and truant. OSSI has looked at some factors related to student mobility, related to violence in the community, and related to living situation. And they know that students who change schools within a year are more likely to end up with more absences post-changing schools. We know that students who are homeless have a high rate of chronically absentee, but we also know that students who live in public housing have a higher rate than those who do not live in public housing. And we know that violent crime around a young person's home is statistically significant with them not, or having more unexcused absences than peers who don't have that same barrier in terms of getting to school. And so, and there was a lot of talk as well about transportation and the system that we've designed, making it difficult for students to get to school, especially when layered on top of the safety concerns that students have. And so overall, there are a number of important lessons that I think we need to take away from the data, which also resonate with my experience working with young people and families who face these barriers to consistent attendance. The first that I want to emphasize is that DC doesn't necessarily have an attendance problem in the sense that students don't want to go to school. I think too often we are quick to attribute an intent behind why students don't want to go to school. But really the data shows that it's high rates of trauma amongst our student population, housing instability, lack of accessibility or relevance of the material, student safety on the way to and from school, student mobility, student commute times, and other things that can result in a loss of student engagement and lead to chronic absenteeism. In my experience, students want to go to school. Many just find it very difficult to regularly attend for a host of reasons, both internal to that school and external to that school, that are often very individual to that student. Second, our current approach, as has been discussed today, to promoting attendance among those who are truant or chronically absent isn't working. And that's in large part due to the reactive nature of it. SSTs have not been effective at scale, in large part because schools don't have the adequate staffing or funding to meet the number of SSTs that would need to be done based on the trigger point created in the law. And even when SSTs are done well, my experience has been that if it's external barriers to the school, schools then often don't have the resources to be able to then go outside the school and connect young people to the services that would address the barriers. To be also completely frank, when the issue is internal to the school, for instance, failure to accommodate a student's disabilities, failure to adequately implement the IEP, or engage in child find, schools often push back because they don't want that responsibility, or they don't want to go through all the steps that they're required to under the law. And so SSTs, while I think are a very promising idea, and I do think we should keep them in our statutory scheme, I think we need to make them more manageable for the schools. I think we need to equip schools to better engage in the SST work and get away from what has become really kind of a checking the box so that schools can kick it down to the next intervention point rather than intervene directly themselves. I think the third big takeaway is that we've learned a lot about the key drivers of truancy and absenteeism in DC over the last 10 years, but we still have a lot to learn. And particularly with respect to the way that key drivers interact with each other, as well as the key protective factors that promote school attendance, and also the best ways to both have metrics for intervention and for measurement itself. And so I want to commend the schools and OSSI for continuing to approve their data collection and their reporting, but I also want to encourage us to continue developing more sophisticated and more regular data collection and reporting. And then the last point, big picture point from the data is that schools can't solve this crisis alone. As we've seen from the data, so many of the barriers to attendance relate to things over which schools and students themselves have little to no control over. Housing instability, childhood trauma, transportation, neighborhood safety, and poverty, to name a few. As a result, we need a coordinated cross-agency, cross-sector strategy that wraps schools, students, and families with the economic, housing, human services, and behavioral supports they need in order to reduce chronic absenteeism. So these takeaways really lead to about 4 key principles that I think should guide the work of the committee going further. First, as the doctor said, we need to know our challenge. And the way we know our challenge is to really pursue an even deeper understanding of the key drivers of chronic absenteeism and the protective factors contributing to strong attendance. So for instance, we know that economically disadvantaged students make up approximately 70% of students who are chronically absentee, and students with disabilities make up about 20% of students who are chronically absentee. Assuming there is no overlap over that population, we're still missing 10% of students who are trying to figure out what are those root causes, right? And so as an example, we need to look more at the way that these populations intersect and whether the intersectionality of those populations increase the risk for chronic absenteeism. And I think the CJCC report on key drivers of delinquency system involvement may be a good model to follow in terms of a report that can issue. And Councilmember Parker's legislation proposes something I think very similar to, and that aligns with this broad principle, which I think would be helpful. The one thing I would add to the CJCC-like report is to also look at protective factors. Oftentimes we look at what's not working or what the barriers are, but we don't spend enough time looking at what is working for students. So let's say 60% of high schoolers are chronically absentee. What's working for that 40%? And how do we replicate it across other areas of the district? So I think our study should really look at both those sides, not just the risk factors, but also the protective factors. The second thing I think we really need to do is we need to develop more nuanced targeted triggers for intervention to complement existing metrics for measuring absenteeism. So in the review of the literature, chronic absenteeism as 10% of the school year is something that would tie it bigger picture to how other jurisdictions measure chronic absenteeism. Same with truancy at 10 days. So I'm not advocating for moving away from those definitions, but I do think we should divorce those definitions from how we decide to intervene. So for instance, SSTs at 5 days in a marking period is a much more nuanced metric for intervention because it's not just about the number of days, but it's number of days in what timeline, so that we can try and weed out those young people, for instance, those 25% of young people who aren't accruing, who are maybe being, accruing 5 days in May, June, for whom we don't need to have SSTs, right? Same with when we decide to intervene with what I think should be DHS, right? Is to have it be a certain number of days within a shorter period of time, which I believe Councilmember Parker's legislation does propose, in order to have a more nuanced approach and a more targeted approach. I think this will help us overall with the scale issue and having to do SSTs or having to do referrals to DHS for everyone, as well as really honing in on the young people who need support most quickly, right? So if it's 7 days by Thanksgiving, right, we are intervening right away, as opposed to waiting until March or April or May in order to make that intervention. I'd say the other thing that we need to do in terms of triggers is recognize the importance of prevention, right? So if we know that 1 in 8 students who are chronically absent are students who have been designated as homeless, I don't even think we need to wait 5 days to have an SST. If that student gets designated as homeless, we should be intervening to make sure that young student has the supports and services that they need in that moment in order to try and get ahead of a certain number of absences. Same with a student who has an IEP for emotional disturbance. We know that I believe it's 80% of students with an IEP for emotional disturbance in high school are chronically absentee. When that young person transitions from 8th to 9th grade and the school receives their IEP, that school's on notice that this young person's going to need more supports. Why aren't they reaching out the summer between 8th and 9th grade to see what that young person needs in order to be successful long-term? And then obviously when it comes to prevention as well, it's trying to reduce the pipeline. So how do we, as a city, promote better housing policies, more housing funding, so that we're shrinking the size of the students who are at risk of chronic absenteeism for that reason in the first place? The third broad principle is that we need to implement individualized, research-driven interventions and approaches. And so here, I do think it's important that we intervene with DHS rather than CFSA. There are 2 primary reasons for that. One relates to, I think, the intensive case management model, which has worked in the ACE context and passes based very similarly on that. Second, I think it has to do with accountability. So we know that chronic, I'll come back to housing because I think it's a great example. We know that housing or homelessness increases the likelihood of chronic absenteeism. That's an external barrier that the school's not going to be able to resolve on themselves. DHS has housing programs within the agency that should be able to address the needs of that family. If now DHS is responsible not just to successfully connect a young person to housing, but is being judged on how well they're reducing absenteeism, then they're being held accountable and they have an incentive to improve those wraparound services and those other areas which will address the root causes of the truancy. So it's being able to hold DHS accountable, not just for housing in a silo, but for housing as it relates to reducing absenteeism, I think will help improve the agency overall and ensure that young people are getting the services and supports that they need. Because if it goes someplace else, it's still likely going to have to end up back at DHS in order to get access to those housing supports, because that's what's going to address the root cause of the problem. The other important thing in terms of intervention is, as much as we want to do the right thing, we want to avoid doing the wrong things. And so we want to make sure that we're doing no harm. And so it makes little sense to me, especially when we're talking about school engagement, to on the one hand tell a young person, we really care about school, you need to go to school every day, and on the other hand, make it easier for schools to push young people out and to exclude them from the regular academic programming. I think it's going to undermine the message that we're trying to send to young people, not to mention the fact that there's a lot of research showing that school exclusion does not actually improve attendance, improve academic attainment, and improve the culture of the school itself. And so we haven't talked about discipline much today, but I do think it's the other side of the coin, and that we need to make sure that we're not changing policies on the discipline side in a way that will undermine the goals that we're trying to accomplish on the attendance side. Similarly, I would say the same thing about referral to CFSA and OAG. I think those should be interventions of last resort for a host of reasons. One is, as we talked about with the external barriers, those agencies aren't equipped to deal with a lot of those. Transportation, housing, neighborhood safety, those agencies aren't going to be able to be in. With the internal barriers, CFSA and the courts aren't going to be telling schools, no, you didn't implement the IEP correctly. And that's why the young person's not attending. And so now you have to do that. So those agencies, their hands are tied when we talk about a lot of the barriers, the real root causes that lead to chronic absenteeism. And then the last thing, or the last two things I would quickly wrap up by saying is we need to meaningfully fund prevention and intervention, right? So at the same time that we're saying we care a lot about attendance and we recognize that something like housing or behavioral health is so intertwined with a young person's ability to attend, and the district's cutting funds for housing and behavioral health, it makes it very difficult, right? Especially when we get into the nuts and bolts of how this will be implemented. So if we have a great intensive case management program and they're able to do a great job of identifying the root causes, and then they turn around and there's no place to actually connect young people and families to because those places haven't been funded, or those places aren't meeting expectations in terms of performance, then we're still going to struggle to intervene with chronic absenteeism. And so, yes, intervention case management, I think, is a great step and a necessary step that we should be taking, but we have to recognize that we will be tying their hands as well if we don't provide the case managers with the services and supports and the funding that will enable them to connect students and families with what they need in order to reduce those barriers. And then the last thing I'll just briefly mention is just improved execution and accountability. So this idea of more regular reporting and managing to performance, I think, are critical components of any next steps that the council takes. I do like Councilmember White's bill recommending that it be reported monthly. Even better, though, as Dr. Cohen said, a daily dashboard. We do this in the delinquency space. You can look up any day of the week how many kids are at the various facilities, what their statuses are. CJCC is starting to do more dashboards in the public safety space. I think we could figure out, I'm not qualified to do it, but I think some tech folks and data folks could figure out how to create a daily dashboard that would help schools get a better handle and really manage to performance. So thank you very much for the invitation to testify today, and I'm available.
Thank you. Let me, before we have questions, go to Samantha Davis. Samantha, I saw Samantha Davis at the beginning when I called her. Oh, there you are. And I understand you may have to leave. You're traveling.
Can you all hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. I'm currently boarding a flight, so I'm gonna do my best. And my colleague Irene Jacob will hop on if I'm able to finish. And want to just check in. Okay, great. So good morning or good afternoon, everyone. I am Samantha Davis. I am the founder and executive director of the Black Swan Academy. We work with Black youth, middle school and high school, giving them the opportunities to engage civically in DC. Want to discuss a few things just to add on to what my colleagues have already shared. When we're thinking about how we're addressing truancy, how we're addressing absenteeism, we talk about it in several of the risk factors and the way that they show up. We're thinking individual risk factors, family risk factors, school risk factors, and the community risk factors. From the individual factors, what we consider and look at is how this may affect youth directly who are attending school. Most of the times this includes issues with self-esteem, self-confidence, and/or mental health problems. Research indicates that a high proportion of youth presenting with school refusal or chronic absenteeism have an anxiety disorder. And when we're thinking about anxiety, we're not just talking about severe mental health issues that might be clear as to why that young person isn't going to school, but we're also including fear. We're including unpleasant emotional reactions to school staff or the young people that are attending the school. We're talking about stress due to threatening situations such as academic failure, negative evaluations, communication challenges. And so those anxiety symptoms have been found to differ by ethnic groups. A history of experiencing traumatic events has been linked to a higher incident rate of anxiety in Black youth. Given the rate of community violence, Black youth in DC are more likely to have experienced exposure to violence and subsequent trauma and anxiety symptoms. So for instance, the unfortunate occurrence of violence that happened at Dunbar earlier last week, we had 2 young people from Black Swan who attended Dunbar, and they reported to us an unease after the incident that occurred in front of their school and concerns regarding safety walking to and from school, concerns around how the school was able to provide the mental health supports, was able to give young people the confidence and encouragement to still attend without normalizing the very traumatic incident that just occurred. Black Swan youth overall have stated that safe passage workers are only located within the neighboring blocks of their school. And when we are thinking about the ways that community violence impacts schools, there is a need of expanding the reach of safe passage workers beyond just the immediate blocks of young people, particularly those who are traveling from farther distances. The other piece that we would point out is thinking about family-related factors influencing school absenteeism. That includes family instability, that includes caregiver health challenges, and a lack of resources. Research indicates over 30% of DC youth experience being unhoused in 2023. Housing instability and a lack of financial resources impacts a young person's mental well-being and ability to consistently attend school. And then we also have school-related factors when we're thinking about the educational environment, neurodevelopmental disorders such as ADHD or other learning disabilities as well. Overall, and we have the written testimony, when we're looking at the correct approach to addressing truancy, and there's a number of things that we support here, I want to lift up as I'm being called to the gate. I want to lift up several recommendations that young people in Black Swan have been advocating for years that tie into truancy, and some of these legislations address them. Echo the need for intense case management, particularly by DHS or another agency. requiring trainings for mandated reporters. We talked about the issues of referrals being such a large amount of referrals and so many being screened out. One of the problems with that is that over-reporting it does happen when mandated reporters aren't trained on the process, on the protocols, on anti-bias trainings that will help eliminate the over-reporting of neglect cases. Also thinking about professional development with the school safety, with school staff, including how are we making sure that there's school safety protocols in place and practices. There's things that young people have named around requiring that young people have access to laundry machines and showers, that we have increased access to affordable housing, and that young people, when they're being kicked out or displaced from their family homes, that they're able to access public benefits on their own. Seeing the school as the best resource or another resource where young people can access clean clothes, toiletries, food, cleaning products, and et cetera, seeing that as a large deterrent for young people to go to school. Expanding childcare options for people who have or are supporting children living in the district. We know many of our older young people in particular miss school often because their need to stay back to support their younger siblings. Increasing the number of violence interrupters that are involved in safe passage, and fund shuttles, whether that's expanding DC Connect, doing ride shares to allow for specific young people who are in need to get to and from home, to and from school safety. The other questions that we want to ask is, what does restorative justice looks like in schools? Who's involved in those conversations and ensuring that those processes are impactful and not other forms of punitive measures. Similarly to who is a first contact when young people are identified as truant. The other piece that I just want to name as I close is when we're thinking about, there was a conversation earlier around CFSA being the first resort or DHS or another entity. And what I want to encourage us to think about is the community as the first resort. How are we investing in our schools? How are we investing in community-based organizations so that they're able to build the relationships that actually allow caring adults to intervene in young people's lives early on, before CFSA is involved, before DHS in some cases might even be involved? Because in our experience, the young people that are having issues with truancy, with absenteeism, are the young people who are couch surfing, are the young people who need access to laundry facilities and aren't going to school because they couldn't wash their clothes, are the young people who have concerns around transportation or who are in need of providing childcare. And most of those things can be met at the school level. Most of those things can be met at the community level before we have to engage and bring in some agencies such as CFSA who have had a historical traumatizing impact, particularly on Black communities. And so how are we doubling down and investing and expanding the resources of our communities and of our schools to give them some more autonomy? And I know some of these things our council members have already said, to give them more agency to be able to meet those needs, either through more human capacity or through more dollars. And with that, happy to have a further conversation with each of you all. Appreciate the opportunity to share remarks here. We have submitted a longer testimony, and if my colleague Irene Jacobs can join for questions, we will do that as well.
Okay, have your colleague join. I'm totally anxious about whether you're going to miss your plane, so don't want you to miss your plane.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
So, colleague has to get on. All right, we don't see. So let's go to some questions. Were you nervous about whether she was going to catch her plane? Well, I didn't realize, so, let me see, I have some notes here from when you were testifying. I do have your statement, but you made a couple comments about SSTs when they're done well. If the cause of the absenteeism is external, they don't have the resources to help. And when the cause is internal, I can't remember what you said.
They push back. They don't necessarily want to make the changes that they themselves as a school would have to make in order to address those internal issues. So one example that we see commonly is students with disabilities. If a school is not accommodating a student's disability and that's the cause of attendance, they will often say, well, the child is not coming. And so we cannot really evaluate whether these are related, or they'll push back and say, well, we don't have the service that they need, so can we provide this other service, or we just don't think they need the number of hours. And so they push back on the notion that increased accommodation for the disability would help alleviate the attendance issues.
Yeah, and I don't know what we do about that other than have oversight hearings like this, which doesn't necessarily change the behavior. With regard to the don't have the resources, if it's external, like if it's homelessness or housing, I'm sighing because, I mean, isn't that the failure of government?
It is. I do think, for instance, there was a discussion earlier about the fact that we are in a very tough budget year. And what are the resources that we can provide to young people? At this moment in time, we spend about $600+ a night to incarcerate a young person in the District of Columbia pretrial, about $1,000 a night to do it once the young person's been committed to the Department of Youth Rehabilitation Services. And as you've discussed earlier today too, there is, I don't necessarily see the connection between truancy and public safety quite in the same way, other than I think they're both manifestations of the same root causes. So when we look at, for instance, the CJCC report and we look at OSSI's report on attendance, we see that homelessness, CFSA involvement, students with disabilities are overrepresented in both systems, right? And so the smoke is the manifestation of those failures earlier on. We see kids struggling to attend school, or we see kids ending up in the delinquency system, but we're not getting to the fire, which is we need to address the housing issue. We need to address the economic supports, or we need to really accommodate that students' disabilities, behavioral health needs, trauma that they've experienced, if we want to reduce the smoke in the building.
You know, you're reminding me, it's been a while since I articulated this, but I don't know, understand why we don't prioritize housing vouchers for families that have school-aged kids,
I agree,
but we don't.
but we don't.
And on the other hand, if, you know, what's also going through my mind is that the council with legislation sometimes is a very blunt approach. And so let's just say we pass a law that says that we got to prioritize this. I mean, that's just, then there's no flexibility in this system. And there are other important categories of individuals who should get prioritized. And isn't the challenge with this discussion about the SSTs because the council legislated that there have to be SSTs, which, as I recall, DCPS, I don't know if the charter sector was as participatory at that point, but the DCPS said was fine. And I do think the SSTs make a lot of sense. I guess everybody has said that, but they're overwhelmed. I liked your suggestion about, well, maybe there should be earlier SSTs where there are known risk factors. I don't think, though, that I want to go forward with amending the law that says, well, if you're homeless, the SST's in 3 days, and if you've been in CFSA, you know, then the SST's in X number of days. And so I have one other question. You're on the DHS side of this issue. So how will DHS handle the thousands of cases that are dumped on them?
I think that's going to have to require us having more nuanced metrics to send to DHS. So I think the proposal that's in Councilmember Parker's legislation, which would be to kind of make it a certain number of days within a window, would be helpful. I think one of the things that's come up today, which made me think that it might be that the SST has to choose a path. Are the root causes internal to the school? In which case we've got to pull services in to the school environment, or are the issues external to the school? And when we check that external box, that's when we kick it to DHS after a certain number of days if the SST has been unsuccessful in finding the services on their own.
Now, you know what my reaction is? I mean, I think it's completely reasonable, but I'm going back to earlier when we were talking about if the SST finds that the causes are external as opposed to internal, and internal, they push back. So the SST will just find that they're all external and then send it over to DHS. That's not very thoughtful on their part. However, what it brings to my mind is the importance of stability. So if we had more stability in our schools, this is a budget issue. We had our budget markup this morning. If we had more stability and we had less turnover, so we prioritize reducing turnover on the part of school leadership, individual school leadership, then maybe we would have more thoughtful approach within the school, both with regard to climate, earlier discussion, as well as with dealing with attendance issues.
I agree, and I also would add another wrinkle, which oftentimes it's both and. It's both internal and external. I do think increased transparency around the SSTs would help with oversight, right? So if they now have to report to the council or report monthly on what SSTs, how many were done, and what they determined were the root causes, and they're kicking 80% of them into external category, then we know that there's something not quite right going on
I know
during the
so much
SST
of this
process.
lends itself to oversight. Now, that sounds a little weird the way I was saying it, but the reality is that the council through oversight does not run the system.
Yes.
So, I mean, I can't tell you how many, well, you know how many hearings we've had because you've come to them going back a decade. And I think all the, I shouldn't put it this way, but I think the main product of these oversight hearings on attendance is that the system is paying more attention to attendance. Fixing it, no. Paying attention to it, yes.
I think that's exactly right. I think unfortunately, we are often trying to find ways to work around a broken system that does not seem to be willing to fix itself. And so
Or-
the council is put in a position where it has to, using a very blunt instrument, as you said, which is legislation, try and find ways to encourage, incentivize, sometimes shame, call attention to those failures that we're seeing.
Or to put it another way, that the council's in a position to try to manage, which we cannot do. Well, we will have a hearing on the bills.
I'll be back.
Councilmember Parker.
I must say, when the chairman told me he was going to have this hearing or roundtable rather, I expressed some concern that it was going to be too small and perhaps the perspectives frankly might be jaded against some proposals, but I've really enjoyed this and I've gotten a lot out of it. I've also appreciated the amen corner that has formed over to my right as the roundtable has stretched on. So it seems like we have some consensus points out of the multiple testimonies that we've heard. Data reporting is a positive. Monthly is great. If we can get it daily, and I agree with you, we should really push to how we can get that reporting done daily. Additional funding is great. And I really appreciated the push that instead of just giving schools extra money for the sake of giving them extra money, perhaps having them petition for it or submit proposals and tying data analysis to those proposals and which are proving successful. I think that was a compelling point. Much to the chairman's chagrin, DHS perhaps could be a worthwhile agency to initiate the interventions for young people, knowing that CFSA still plays an important role. And I think it was highlighted in our previous panel that DHS or any other agency could escalate to CFSA as everyone is a mandatory reporter. Mr. Ferrer, I really appreciate this contextualized interventions point you're driving home, that it's not so much you just miss 7 absences or 7 days of school. But if you miss 7 days of school in the first month, that means something very different than if you miss 7 days of school and it's now May. I also am questioning this point that has been brought up several times today of, I think you said, a quarter of students that are hitting that 10 absence mark are achieving that distinction after May, which to me says after standardized testing, people are like, or students are like, I'm not coming back. And if I'm being real and me remembering my days in the classroom, I think many teachers after standardized testing are saying school is over. So anyway, that's another point for another day. I did want to get here. No one really talked about the mayor's proposal and you kind of touched on it. So I want to go there. Can you just go further? And the mayor's proposed uplift legislation goes further than just truancy. She proposes several things, including walking back what some might have called protections years ago, where she would change the middle school discipline policies to bring in alignment with high school policies. Can you talk about that one in particular and any other aspects that you think might be worthwhile for this discussion?
Absolutely. So I think the research, just like the research is clear that the punitive measures don't really help with truancy. It's also true that punitive measures don't really help with just overall behavior, especially when so much of it is rooted in childhood trauma, in disability, in other things going on. When a young person is homeless and they're concerned with where they're going to sleep that night, it makes it harder for them to pay attention in school. It also changes their behavior, particularly with what we know about how trauma can actually impact the brain and the body and the stress response system, right? So again, it comes back to this notion, are we going to address the root causes or are we going to address the manifestation of those root causes? Pushing a kid out of school who's experienced a lot of trauma is just going to drive them further to disengagement, right? You are telling a young person, we don't want you here, rather than leaning in and approaching it in a trauma responsive way, which is to ask the question of, why did you behave that way? What's at the root of that behavior? And how can we address it? And so when we did I think the first report now a long time ago with the Every Student Every Day Coalition on school discipline data in the District of Columbia, middle schools were actually the worst actors. There were middle schools that had 2 and 3 times as many suspensions as they had young people in the school every single year. And when you look as well at if you're looking at the data on absenteeism by grade band, you see this huge jump in absenteeism between middle and high school. And so young people are getting the idea, right, that you are not wanted here. And when they make that jump to high school and there aren't those relationships and those connections, they're going to keep them connected to that new place. The first time they get pushed out, they're going to be much more likely to disengage overall.
So I want to push there a little bit. And I'm not endorsing the mayor's legislation, but I have heard from school leaders that would attest that they feel as though their hands are tied. And you have instances where perhaps there are violent moments in the classroom and or teachers are being cursed at, or in some instances hit. And I've heard from both teachers and school leaders, they feel like their hands are tied. What do we do? So I take at face value your concerns, and I think they're very valid. And I know what the research would say in terms of restorative justice, but yeah, like what in the short term, what do we do to provide a teacher relief so that she or he can move forward with the rest of the classroom? Because everyone knows you can't teach in chaos, and especially on the DCPS side where these are by right schools by and large, they are feeling as though their hands are tied.
Yeah, great question. So I'd answer it on a couple different levels. One is, I think teachers feel like they have their hands tied because we're not giving them other options either, right? So we've got to lean in. Why? Often I hear from folks, well, who I know who's going to show up when I call is the police, right? But if we had that same responsiveness from DBH, I know a crisis counselor is going to call when I make that phone call. Teachers aren't going to feel like my hands are tied. Teachers are going to feel like oh, now I have actually a wider menu of options that I can rely on in these times of crisis. I'd also take it up a level, which is, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of something. I don't know what thank you, a pound of cure. Which is that we want to be getting ahead of these issues as well, right? So again, I'm going to go back to the disability context, because we see that young people with who have been diagnosed with an emotional disturbance are more likely to be chronically absentee. They're also more likely to be the subject of exclusionary discipline. What are we doing to support that teacher in the classroom? Is it a one-on-one aid? Is it increased behavioral health support? So rather than pushing a kid out, what are we doing to lean in and to push services and supports in so that that teacher can also teach to the rest of the class, but know that they have the support that they need in order to be successful? And then also, I think we need to be more mindful of the supports that we're giving to teachers. We ask schools to do a lot.
Yes.
They are food pantries. They are often places where kids get their clothes washed. They are social workers. They are behavioral health counselors. They are teaching as well. Sometimes they're the ones who are also listening to kids vent about what's going on in the rest of their lives. And I don't think we're providing teachers with the support that they need.
Yeah, I
in order to
completely
be
agree with that. And it's worth noting, our DCPS teachers are fighting for a contract for some of those supports right now.
Yep.
So it's worth noting that. Two things I would just throw in here. I'm going back to the discussion had earlier around school-based behavioral health. Super important. We know DBH is trying and ideally will want a social worker and a behavioral technician and or counselor in every school. At best, schools have one of the other. And very few, if any, I believe, have both. So yes, that is our ideal, but in the short term, I think we need to figure out how do we provide these direct supports to teachers and schools in a realistic way, given just our constraints right now.
Yeah, I think it's a combination of funding, obviously, but even more so who we consider to be an expert on this, right? So social workers are great, psychiatrists are great, credible messengers could be a great way to expand the size of the pie, right? In terms of who's providing interventions, and young people themselves. There's some really good youth, like peer mediator models, peer social support models that we could implement in our schools and actually pay kids to have those roles. The other piece I would say is we're willing to spend money in other areas to try and attract or retain workers, right? So there's proposals and implementation in terms of offering bonuses to police officers. There's a whole police academy where someone can go to be trained like a police officer and then get funneled into that pipeline of work. I know we've got the program with UDC that will be coming online in terms of social workers, but we could have a whole academy geared around community-based work where we're filling this pipeline at a spectrum of intervention points, right? A licensed clinical social worker is great, but they don't need to do every single touch point. And in fact, I think what the research shows is you want the lightest touch points possible for young people. And so having that spectrum of worker, I think would get at some of the workforce development issues and some of the workforce issues that we're having. But we're not quite there yet in terms of thinking really proactively about how we expand that workforce.
I really appreciate that. I am at time. Again, I've really appreciated this. It's my understanding, Irene, I'm not sure of the last name, from Black Swan Academy is online. Are you there?
Yes, I am.
Just very quickly, if you could just speak to the impact that your young people have had with the current discipline policies and any views you may have with the mayor's uplift legislation, specifically the clause that would seek to change middle school discipline policies.
Absolutely. So good afternoon, everyone. Again, my name is Irene Jacobs. I'm a clinical child psychologist by training. So I echo a lot of the sentiments that our previous speaker stated in terms of challenges youth may face and how they are likely to be impacted with not being able to attend school. Specifically, when it comes to Black Swan youth in our organization, there have been times where youth have been facing housing instability and have reached out to staff and stayed with staff, and in those times and situations have not had capacity to make it to school. And so, like others that have testified today, our youth have had to make the decision of, do I have a place to return to this evening or to stay, or am I going to try to make it to school? So these basic needs have not been met. Additionally, there's a lot of youth that miss school due to caregiving younger siblings or other family members. In general, these policies have negatively affected them, but because of the instability that they may be facing socioeconomically, there have been challenges specific to our larger testimony that I know Samantha gave. We really just want to really hone in on the fact that our young Black youth have been experiencing a lot of community violence, and by normalizing it, it is in essence discounting their trauma response. And these chronic stressors are also impacting their safety walking in their neighborhoods, but getting to school as well. So a lot of our youth do fear getting to school or being outside in front of their school. 2 of our youth attend Dunbar and were at school a couple of weeks ago when the shooting happened outside. And so our youth have been experiencing a lot of trauma within the community, and there have also been challenges with family-based stability. When it comes to the Uplift bill and some of those provisions, we have really been discussing the aspect of concern in regard to the punitive aspects, and in general, would like to see more prevention-based mechanisms in place in order to create a true protective base for youth and opportunities for actual social support rather than things that may fast track them to even more risk and recidivism.
Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate that.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker. So Councilmember White, although I have to ask, Irene, so did Samantha get on the plane? Do you know? Did she get on the plane?
Oh, she did get on the plane, yes.
All right, we were all nervous here. Councilmember White.
Yes.
Thank you so much, and thank you very much to both our representatives from Black Swan Academy, such a powerful organization, and to Eduardo Ferrer. Let me start with Eduardo. I appreciate your testimony, the data, the push to focus on specificity. What problem are we solving? Couple things you said that I think are 100% right, but also make me nervous, that our approach needs to be tailored and specialized. That is not something I think our government does particularly well. Do you believe that the approach that you are suggesting is within the current ability of our government? And if not, what do we need to do to shift so that we can make sure the approaches that we're taking are appropriately tailored and specialized to particular students and schools?
So I think one of the most important things we can do in this moment is be very intentional about who we intervene with. And I say this in 2 respects. One, just from a sheer not wanting to break the system and wanting to really build something that works. I think being more tailored about, for instance, who we do SSTs with, and making sure that that number, at least at the beginning, is something manageable, that schools can really focus on making sure that these SSTs are excellent. And so I like the suggestion that was provided by the doctor this morning, that we find a middle tier to focus on, where schools can kind of really build out their processes and how this will work well in order to get our feet from under us, and then start scaling up from there. So I think by choosing more nuanced metrics or triggers for intervention, we can solve 2 problems. 1, we can choose a population to really focus on, and 2, we can stop from overwhelming the system at this point in time and hopefully start to get some results and some successes that we could then build on. And to the extent that we do that with DHS as well, I would recommend the same thing. Let's be careful about what metrics we choose to trigger DHS intervention. And let's make sure that DHS has the resources, both in terms of internal case management and in terms of being able to connect young people with the services that they need. Because there's nothing more frustrating for a young person than for us to make a promise that we can't keep.
100% agree with that. So there are 4 bills pending before the council on truancy. Do you prefer one bill over another, or one approach? Forget the bills, one approach. We're all trying to figure out the same thing. So I think we have to forget about pride of authorship. It's not. No one is completely right. Hopefully somebody is more right than the others. But looking at the 4 bills in front of us, is there a particular approach or combination of approaches that you think we should be starting to hone in on?
I think there are very promising provisions across all 4 bills. I think that the 3 big themes I would pull out would be the data collection and reporting, the importance of funding, and then utilizing DHS as an intervention point prior to CFSA or truancy court referral. And then I would add actually a 4th provision that we see reflected in Councilmember Parker's bill, as well as some in Councilmember Allen's bill, which is this nuance. Let's change what the metrics are for intervention. So Councilmember Parker's bill, for instance, proposes 7 within, I believe it's 120 days, or I can't remember the exact amount, but it's 7 unexcused absences within a set period of time. And I think that will really narrow the pool. That also said, let me say, I do see this as a potentially good first step, and that we should encourage ourselves to be flexible. So a year from now, if the data collection and reporting has worked the way that we want it to, and we have more data, let's revisit the intervention triggers, and let's figure out, based on what our goals are, where to maybe reset those or play with those some, in order to walk this fine line between overwhelming the system, having some success, and targeting the students who need the most help.
I appreciate you saying that. I've become a fan of get started, like start somewhere and improve as you go, because there are no perfect answers. And sometimes we spend years looking for the perfect answers, but start somewhere, understand what indicates success, so you know what you're evaluating, and evaluate and improve as you go. So I think that is really good advice and counsel for us as we think about such a complex issue that we're not going to get completely right on the first try. One of the obviously sticky points, I'm glad we're having a conversation about it, is the lead agency. So if DHS is the lead agency, how would you see them responding to issues where they engage the student or family and find out that the issue is something like safe passage or school climate? What would DHS then do at that point?
The hope would be that DHS would then reach out to a partner agency, whether it's the ONE's office or whether it's DME or Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice, and can then connect that family potentially to a specific caseworker that's doing safe passage, or particular, I should say safe passage worker that can maybe give a special touch point to that young person. Hey, I'm going to be at your corner on Monday morning at this time. I'd love to walk you to school. Right? And so now you have that other agency pushing in, and DHS is really the one making the identification and then the connection. And maybe if it's DHS who has that really good relationship with that young person, it's, hey, I'm gonna provide a warm handoff. I'm gonna meet you there at the corner on Monday morning as well. And I'm gonna introduce you to this individual who's gonna walk with you the rest of the way to school. And so then we're providing kind of warm handoffs, because really a lot of this, as has been mentioned earlier, is about building relationship and about building that young person's feeling of security, that the school is a place where that they'll be safe and where they're going to have their needs met. And so the more that we can wrap around and push those supports to that young person to get them into school, the better.
I appreciate that. And this sort of intersect with some of the reliance on community-based organizations that we've been hearing from various witnesses. Let me turn to, and I apologize, I was listening to the testimonies, but not taking notes because I was commuting from one meeting from Black Swan Academy.
Irene Jacobs.
That's right. Yes. Thank you so much, Irene. So obviously you and Samantha Davis laid this out well, but Black Swan Academy interacts with young people directly. What have young people told you about why they are missing school? Some of this was in Samantha Davis's testimony, but I guess what resources or strategies are young people looking for, in your opinion?
Absolutely. So based on, again, some of the housing instability, more money, more resources towards safety and stability towards their homes. Again, some of our youth have gone and been unhoused, have been in shelters, but there have been transportation issues even from shelter systems to schools. But in general, youth are looking for greater safe passage. They feel as though they are not necessarily getting to live in the fullness of their youth or educational experiences due to lack of opportunity to know that when they leave one building or one location that they're going to arrive to the other safely. Also going back to resourcing, a lot of them have had issues with not being able to have access to clean clothes and things of that nature. So some of the fundamental pieces of how can I get to school if I don't have clean clothes? And so there's a myriad of systemic factors that are really affecting the wellness of youth and their ability to show up into school each day.
I appreciate that. And this is something I've heard from youth sometimes in spaces cultivated by Black Swan Academy. The other thing that came up, I believe, in Eduardo's testimony, but it's something I just want to repeat because it is not the type of thing I think folks were talking about when I was young, or even 5-6 years ago. But I keep hearing from young people, they want to get paid. They need to make money. And I think Eduardo, talked about maybe utilizing paying students to assist other students. But it is something that we adults, leaders, are going to have to listen to young people about it and figure out how and where to incorporate that. So I appreciate your and the work that you all do.
Thank you. And just very quickly on that point, I think, Black Swan Academy, we do pay our youth for their activism, work, and their contributions. And just thinking about the basic tenet of behaviorism, we all have jobs, we get to work, and we get paid. And there's that motivation factor of being honored for the work that we do. And when it comes to some of these bills and the attendance tracking, something that in our conversations we've been thinking about is, while we all agree that more metrics and more understanding of what's going on a monthly basis would be most helpful for us to make real-time decision. Another important point is really thinking about the attendance instead of absenteeism. So where can we praise youth and families? Where can we enhance their abilities, enhance their efforts, and recognize and seeing how that positive reinforcement could potentially be more engaging in addition to some of the systemic support that will make it easier for them to get to school.
100% agree. I appreciate it. Thank you, Chairman, and thank you so much to this panel of witnesses.
Thank you, Councilmember White. That's going to conclude the questioning, and that's going to conclude this hearing. I do want to say we haven't set the date for the hearing on the bills, but my intention is that we will have that hearing before the recess. The bill that was introduced by the mayor was sequentially referred. The titles 1 and are not titles, or maybe it is titles 1 and 2 were referred to the Committee on Judiciary before this committee, or simultaneously with this committee, and they have until July 3rd. The hearing, when we have it, is going to be a little different in character, because instead of allowing witnesses to go on, it's going to be probably 3 minutes for each witness, because I expect there'll probably be a lot of witnesses. So this has been good to have this longer, more interactive conversation. So thank you to the Well, 7 witnesses signed up, but one had to leave early, so thank you to the 6 witnesses or the 6.5 witnesses. There is a record for this. Anyone who wants to submit statements, and we've already gotten at least one. The record will close on Monday, 5 p.m., May 27th. I was just told that the Committee on Judiciary and Public Safety will be having a hearing on the bill on May 30th. So with that, the time is 4:54 p.m. and this hearing, a roundtable is adjourned.